We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, infrastructure, EPC. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable.
Tiket konser.
Selamat ya, nak.
Wow, jamnya kakek.
Tidak ada jam karet lagi ya. Mau kemana?
Mau konser, Pak.
Bawa larutan penyegar cap badak.
Makasih, Pak.
Ingat kembali kisahnya yang ada badaknya. Larutan penyegar cap badak.
It's great to be able to start the day by exercising here. Breathe fresh air, see people passing by, and meet friends.
Oke, dadah!
Before, this place was just a stretch of river. Now, it can help the surrounding community to be more prosperous.
Selamat pagi, Bu.
Now, everything is easy. Work becomes more effective and efficient with the various existing facilities.
The process of delivering goods becomes easier and the business becomes smoother.
Hai.
Hai.
Aku udah sampai pelabuhan nih.
Oke, nanti ketemu di Jogja ya.
Oke, bye.
We can go anywhere and anytime without barriers.
The development that was carried out by PTPP plays an important role in supporting the activities on all levels of society. We are determined to innovate and make a sustainable contribution through our business lines, namely investment and construction. We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, starting from residential and office buildings, government buildings, and public facilities such as airports. Hereby, our projects have been recognized with national and international awards and accolades. Infrastructure. We help improve connectivity through toll road construction projects. We facilitate business activities through port development projects, and we help the community through a dam project. EPC. One of our commitments to supporting the government is reflected by our renewable energy projects, in the process of distributing more than 3,000 megawatts of electricity throughout the country. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs, We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. We always provide our best products and services. With more than 6 decades of dedication to the nation, we use a new way of looking at how we plan, manage, finance, and build the infrastructure of our future. We are strongly committed to providing the best quality of work for the nation by adhering to the corporate values, akhlak. Trust. Hold fast to the trust given. Competence. Continue to learn and develop capabilities. Harmony. Caring for each other and respecting differences. Loyalty. Dedicated and prioritizing the interests of the nation and country. Adaptive. Continue to innovate and be enthusiastic in driving or facing change. Collaborative. Building synergetic cooperation. Remaining at the forefront of innovation is our main focus in the efforts to prolong growth. Your trust is the energy in running a sustainable business. With the spirit of collaboration, we come to give the best for the future of the nation.
Saya mengapresiasi apa yang dilakukan PT, membangun dia dengan apik, cantik, cepat, dan excellent. Ini menjadi etos kerja baru bagi PT dan membangun bangunan pekerjaan konstruksi lain. Selamat PT.
PP saya kira masih above the average, yang lain. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi pemicu bagi yang lain lebih baik ke depannya. Saya kira ini yang harus dipertahankan oleh PP karena ke depan pekerjaan itu pasti mengejar kualitas. Selalu PP menjadi trademark kualitas BUMN karya kita.
Saya juga terima kasih pada PP dan Angkasa Pura I yang tadi kita lihat secara detail pengerjaannya juga menurut saya ini terbaik.
PT PP, terima kasih. Ini betul-betul bermanfaat bagi masyarakat kami.
We care about implementing programs for the benefit of the environment and the surrounding communities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable. PT, empowering the future. We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, infrastructure, EPC. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable.
Tiket konser.
Selamat ya, Nak.
Wow, jamnya kakek.
Tidak ada jam karet lagi ya. Mau kemana?
Mau konser, Pak.
Bawa larutan penyegar cap badak.
Makasih, Pak.
Ingat kembali kisahnya yang ada badaknya. Larutan penyegar cap badak.
It's great to be able to start the day by exercising here. Breathe fresh air, see people passing by, and meet friends.
Oke, dadah.
Before This place was just a stretch of river. Now, it can help the surrounding community to be more prosperous.
Selamat pagi, Bu.
Now, everything is easy. Work becomes more effective and efficient with the various existing facilities.
The process of delivering goods becomes easier and the business becomes smoother.
Hai.
Hai.
Aku udah sampai pelabuhan nih.
Oke, nanti ketemu di Jogja ya.
Oke, bye.
We can go anywhere and anytime without barriers.
The development that was carried out by PTPP plays an important role in supporting the activities on all levels of society.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third day of the 7th ICPAPS 2021, the 12th Annual Conference of ISCC Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Gadjah Mada, Timmerman Award 2021. Before we open today's event, I would like to remind all participants to mute your microphone, open your camera, and use the virtual background that is provided by the committee. There will be a link for attendance in the chat box. So for all of the participants, don't forget to fill in the attendance form. On this special day, we have several agenda as follows: 3 MP competitions, short break, plenary talks, and closing ceremony. The next session is 3 minutes presentation competition. Before we move on, let me introduce today's 3 MP session reviewers. Number 1, there's Dr. Ritmalani, SSE. Number 2, Apoteker Ana Wahyuni Widayanti, MPH, PhD. Apoteker Purwanto, MSc, PhD. Dr. Renat Roni Martin, MSc. Apoteker Purwati Ningsi, MSc, PhD. Before we start, I would like to read the ground rules for this session. Number 1, participants have to make sure that the microphone is mute. Number 2, participants need to make sure that they have enough bandwidth to participate in the conference. Number 3, all participants are not allowed to take any picture or recording of presentations in this conference. Number 4, all participants have to use their full name without the title on the account used in accordance with the name during registration. Number 5, pre-recorded presentation from each finalist will be presented by committee. Number 6, Q&A session for 5 minutes by reviewer will be conducted at the end of each presentation. Number 7, participants can ask questions through discussion forum at each 3 MP video in ICPAPS website, icpaps.id. And for the 3 MP presenters, don't forget to rename your Zoom name. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start the 3 MP competition with the first presenters, Aulia Rosita Rahma with presentation title, Factors Associated with Intention to Provide Smoking Cessation Program Among Community Pharmacies in Surabaya.
society have become increasingly aware and concerned about the pandemic that changes our lifestyle into a whole new level. Back then, maybe in 2010, if someone stated that in early 2019 there would be a whole new level pandemic that led us into a new lifestyle, I believe nobody wouldn't agree with that statement. Current changes we are facing due to COVID-19 pandemic also affecting pharmacy sector. Moreover, community pharmacy services. My family members is one of a millions that have an experience as a COVID-19 suspect, and few of us became patients in early COVID-19 cases spike in Aceh around August 2019. There are huge turnover crisis of medicine or supplement stock not only in hospital but also in community pharmacy in Banda Aceh based on my own experience. And I start to begin questioning, is this happen only in a few districts or in the whole city of Banda Aceh? And what aspects are influencing this condition in community pharmacy? Is this condition also influenced by the activities of self-medications? In order to answer that question, I decided to explore more about what is the current condition of community pharmacy services in Banda Aceh works during COVID-19 pandemic, aiming to determine two aspects. First, the pharmaceutical supplies, medical devices, and consumable medical materials management. Second, to evaluate the self-medication profile in community pharmacy in Banda Aceh during COVID-19 pandemic. By conducting descriptive observational study using a cross-sectional design, the study sample was 55 pharmacies located in Aceh, represented each district of pharmacy. Research instruments used in this study were questionnaire for management of pharmaceutical supplies, medical devices, and consumable medical materials, and a self-medication profile questionnaire. The result shows that there are changes in community pharmacy services by the conditions of item prices, stock availability, people purchasing power by 94.54%, and self-medication profile activities in Banda Aceh increased due to OTC medicine sales rate, self-medication time range affected with number cases in Banda Aceh, and self-medication types, vitamin, herbal, and medicine related to COVID-19 general symptoms increased by 89.1%. And this research did answer my questions, with conclusion that community pharmacy services in Banda Aceh during COVID-19 pandemic experienced changes. I hope this research will give beneficial information to the future of pharmacy services. Thank you.
like suggestion or implication from that change?
From the change, we can acknowledge that there are a lot of changes, not only in terms of the management itself, but from the perspective of society, Miss. That's why further studies are needed in terms based on another perspective. What we believe to be is society.
Okay. Yeah, all right, but I think I still cannot get what you mean by that. I mean, from your study, you see that there are changes in the management of pharmacy, and also change in the people behavior, something like that. Is it a good way or a bad way, or some any suggestion about that?
Okay, it is experience changes based on the current conditions of COVID-19. So we cannot determine whether it is bad or good, right? What we can acknowledge that it is changes based on item prices, stock availability, and people's purchasing powers. By item prices means in here is that it is the item prices from wholesaler of pharmaceutical supplies. From the perspective of the management, and the stock availability is come from the PBF, as we know. And the people's purchasing powers are indeed changes during COVID-19. How I'm as the researchers know this, because based on my questionnaire that I developed based on the preliminary studies in 10% of community pharmacy in Banda Aceh, there are
to interrupt, 1 minute left.
Okay, there are a lot of changes, Miss. And also in self-medication profile, it is changes based on the time range. What I mean is when the COVID-19 cases spikes, it also affecting the self-medication's behavior of people. They tend to increase the capability of buying, like a panic buying. It is actually much more, the peak is biggest or highest in the September or in the second wave in June in Banda Aceh.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Yes. Do you still have a time?
Okay.
Do you still have time?
The time is
Committee?
up.
All right.
Time is up. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for Nabila and the reviewers. That is Nabila with the presentation title Community Pharmacy Service in Banda Aceh during COVID-19 pandemic. We will move on to the next presenter. The second presenter is Aulia Rosita Rahma with the presentation title Factors Associated with Intention to Provide Smoking Cessation Program among Community Pharmacies in Surabaya.
Why do we need to be concerned with the number of smokers? Indonesia is one of the 10 countries in the world with a high prevalence of smokers and the highest country in the Southeast Asia. Moreover, in 2018, tobacco use is responsible for 6 million deaths worldwide, and this number is predicted to double in 2030. The Indonesian government has already taken action to decrease the number of smokers through tech policies, advertising restrictions, cigarette packaging requirements, and smoke-free areas in public places. Is there any other step that our government can take to tackle this issue? Have you ever heard about smoking cessation? In most developed countries such as Australia, UK, and the USA, a health-based intervention called smoking cessation had been carried out by community pharmacies. As a healthcare professional with a comprehensive knowledge of medicines, community pharmacies offer a potential solution to provide a medicine-based approach and individual behavioral support. Pharmacies' growth has been increasing from year to year. For example, in Surabaya, we had around 100 pharmacies in 2018. This can be a potential solution for reducing the number of smokers. This survey study aimed to identify factors related with community pharmacies' intention to give smoking cessation interventions. We conducted a survey in Surabaya and 112 community pharmacies participated. The survey showed that most of the respondents had a good attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control, although their knowledge was sufficient. From the survey, we also found that most of respondents were neutral toward time availability to provide smoking cessation, and they feel unconfident with patient openness toward their intervention. Why this happened? The reason behind their neutral attitude can be caused by their sufficient knowledge on smoking cessation programs or simply because they have no idea how the intervention will work. This can be an alarm for the government to conduct a pilot smoking cessation or guideline for pharmacies. The correlation results show that attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control was correlated with intention. The correlated factors can be further used by the government or professional organization to give suitable educations, training, or other supportive materials. A smoke-free environment can be achieved within a day. Healthcare professionals, governments, community, and all the stakeholders will work harder to reduce tobacco use, and for the long term, will decrease the prevalence of tobacco-related deaths. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Let us proceed with the Q&A session for the reviewers. You may start.
Yes, I will start. Hi, Aulia.
Hi.
Yes, here, yeah, in your title, you said that you will do some program, right? In order to provide smoking cessation. But in your conclusion, you don't say anything about your program, about your grand design, about this program. So what will you say about this?
Okay, thank you for the question. So actually, it's not a program. So basically, I just really want to know like the factors related or correlated with intention. So in this research, there are no program designed to or give to the pharmacists. So there are no grant programs. We just observe about the social behavior, and this in this research, the point is about the intentions.
Yes, so that's why I'm asking you, because there is no, in my point of view, I think that there is no correlation between your title and your conclusion. Sorry.
Oh, okay, so about the conclusion, since it is the objective is to know the correlated factors. So from the data that we know, the correlated factors means that the stronger attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control will affect the greater intention from the pharmacies. So actually, it's like the main point of the conclusions.
Yeah.
Can I add something? Okay. Mbak Aulia. Mbak Aulia, ya?
Yep.
Is that right? Yeah, okay. It's very nice presentation, Mbak Aulia. But yeah, I agree with Bu Leni. I think somehow when I see your slide presentation, it's kind of that you make a program based on the background that there are a high prevalence of smoking in Indonesia, and then you develop a program led by the pharmacists for smoking cessation, and then like you measure the mortality and morbidity, because you mentioned you present three picture of that, right? So it's kind of that you do like an intervention study, experimental study, that you make a program, pharmacist led smoking cessation, and then you measure what's the outcome. But it is not what you did in your research, right? You just need to know how the pharmacist intend, how the intention of the pharmacist to do that program, right? So probably I think, yeah, so that's why Bu Leni, I agree with that. So that's why I think it's, there is probably miss in the title or something. Probably if I were you, for example, I will the title would be like are the pharmacists ready for the smoking cessation program, something like that. So it's not real so it's not kind of that you implement the program, but it's just measure the intention of the pharmacist to do that program. It's not ready. Is the pharmacist ready or not about the program, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Ms.
Anna, for
feedback. Thank you.
Okay, there's a minute left. If there's any reviewers who wants to give a review to Aulia.
I will ask Aulia. Aulia, may you explain about your methodology about a cross-sectional study?
Okay, so thank you so much for the question. So for the cross-sectional study, I were distributed online survey to the selected pharmacy. So I use a random technique sampling. So I got a community pharmacist list from the IAI Cabang Surabaya. And after got the list of the community pharmacies, I contact them to ask them about the willingness to join the participation and match whether they fulfill the inclusion criteria. If there anything, if the community pharmacists agree to participate, I will distribute the link to the online questionnaire. So it's basically cross-sectional and use the random simple technique sampling.
Is the number of participants is enough, or may you about the participant, because you say only 29% not including the study.
Yeah. So I contact around 400 pharmacies, but since it's happening in the
I'm sorry, the time is up.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aulia Rosita Rahma, for the presentation, and thank you for the reviewers. Next, we will have Farisa Lutfiana as the third presenter with presentation title, Case Series, Clinical Characteristic and Medication Treatment in Severe or Critically Ill Patient in one of Public Hospital, Yogyakarta.
The purpose of the study to describe medication pattern in severe or critically ill COVID-19 patients. Why I want to investigate it, because most of the mild or moderate COVID-19 patient can recover after take medication. In contrast, in severe or critically ill COVID-19 patient can become worsened even after take medications, and also in severe or critically ill patients receive more medications compared to mild or moderate COVID-19 patients. In my study, I divided my sample into two groups. The first group is survival groups, and the second group is non-survival groups. And what I find in my study, I see in the context of the differences and the similarities. The differences that I find, survival group will receive more additional therapy, such as N-acetylcysteine and colchicine, compared to non-survivals. And the similarities, both of the survival and non-survival, all the patient will receive a critical antibiotic at the hospital admissions. So what the take-home message for pharmacists and the researchers, for the pharmacists in the context of the antibiotic use that we see that all the patients are receiving empirical antibiotics. So we need to assess, we need to evaluate whether in the qualitative or the quantitative of the antibiotic use in these patients. And for the researchers, because some of the COVID-19 patients, they have bacterial co-infections at the admission. So, but the problem is that clinicians or the healthcare professionals are difficult to predict whether the patients that comes need the empirical antibiotic or not. So if there's a tools that helps them to see whether the patient has a bacterial co-infection or not, the clinicians and the healthcare professional can easily and can appropriately prescribe empirical antibiotic for the severe or critical COVID-19 patients. And for second take-home message for the additional therapies, maybe it is only in the small sample size. Maybe perhaps it could be one of the first information to develop study in the larger and in higher hierarchy of level of evidence to see the beneficials of the additional therapy in reducing the mortality in severe critical ill COVID-19 patients. Thank you.
For Farisa Lutfiana for the presentation. For the reviewers, you can start the Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask first. Thank you, Farisa Lutfiana, right? Okay, okay, and there is a nice presentation about the COVID-19, and I shown in your presentations and in only in one slide, you already give several information clearly from background and then at the end of the conclusion, right? So I will ask simple questions to you. So after you got the result of your research, maybe what will you do next? Maybe because you know that antibiotics is in the most common drugs to treat COVID-19 patients. So what will you do next after that? But do you have a plan or how something like that?
Thanks for the questions. Maybe the first thing that I will do to reducing the excessive amount of the antibiotics in this pandemic era. First thing, because the study is conducted in the hospital, I would like to tell about the antibiotic use in the hospital studies. I think it is excessive in the pandemic era. So I will tell the information first to the hospitals in order to give the information that the pharmacy has a role to evaluate this antibiotic use, whether in the qualitative or quantitative study in order to reduce the excessive amount of the antibiotics. And then maybe the seconds, I will try to educate the people or the patients that is affected COVID-19. The antibiotic is not the pill that cure every every COVID-19 infections, because PDPI or 5 organizations already stated that antibiotic that just only for the patients who has probability or the patient who is predictions of the secondary bacterial infection. So not all the COVID-19 patient will take these antibiotics. Maybe first action that I will do, tell the hospitals and try to educate the communities about the antibiotics.
Okay, thank you. Maybe how about the governments? Because I think it's very important. Government have like regulation, maybe how to treat COVID. So they can maybe write the right the regulation of the therapeutic rule for COVID is use antibiotics or that. Maybe these are your results. So maybe can you tell to the governments or maybe how?
Okay. Because I think because my study in a small sample size, I hope there's a researcher that will devote my study into the bigger scale and in the higher level of evidence in order government consider about the antibiotic use in the hospital or in the communities. I think for now I couldn't give recommendation for the government because the limitation of my study, it is a qualitative study and just in case series. So yes, I hope there's a researcher that will devote my study that government will hear about the awareness of the antibiotic resistance.
Okay, so you need a high sample, higher sample, right? Okay, yes. Thank you very much.
Mbak Farisa, can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. How did you choose the 2 groups? Do they have the same like characteristics in terms of like age and then comorbidity, so that you compare the 2 groups?
Yes. Actually,
1 minute left.
Okay. For the demographic, from the data that I obtained, both of group in the have same BMI and have almost similarities in the the ages is around 57 to 16 years old, and then in in the saturation oxygens that the patient when they admitted to hospitals less than 90%, and most of them has a pneumonia. So yes, almost similar for both of groups.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the time is up. Thank you for the third presenter and the reviewers. Move on to the next presenter. The fourth presenter is Irna Julita with presentation title Potential of Melinjo as Chemopreventive Lung Cancer through In Vitro and In Silico.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In 2020, the incidence of lung cancer in Indonesia reached 34,783 with a percentage 8.8%. One of the most common treatment is chemotherapy. Chemotherapy treatment has not been selective in tackling cancer because of the non-specific target of the drug, so it can cause damage to normal cell and serious side effect in cancer patient. So it's necessary to treat cancer that is relatively severe with the development of natural ingredients that have potential to inhibit cancer and reduce side effect. One of the natural ingredients that can be developed as anti-cancer agent in lung cancer is melinjo. Based on previous research, it was stated that in melinjo there were ursolic acid and polydatin compounds. My research begins with in silico study with bioinformatics and docking. Bioinformatics studies were used to determine the target protein of the two compounds based on the degree score. So the target protein for ursolic acid are TP53 and then AKT1. Then the polydatin target proteins are GPDH and VEGFA. The next method is docking. This method used to determine and predict the interaction between the compound and then the target proteins by paying attention to the docking score. The docking score of ursolic acid with TP53 and then AKT1 were minus 6.3 kilocalories per mole and then minus 7.4 kilocalories per mole. Then the docking score of polydatin with GPDH and VEGFA was minus 8.8 kilocalories per mole and then minus 5.5 kilocalories per mole. As a comparison, docking was carried out between a carboplatin as chemotherapy agent with the target protein. So the docking score were higher than both compounds. The smaller docking score, the stronger the binding affinity between the compound and then the target protein. In vitro studies were also carried out using MTTSA method to determine the IC50 value. The IC50 value indicate the concentration of the compounds in inhibiting cell proliferation by 50%. So it can be seen how much potential the compound is toxic to cell. Based on the cytotoxic cell, the melingosid ethyl acetate fraction against HTB 179 cells saw better result with IC50 35.54 compared to the IC50 value of carboplatin, which was 200 and 60.99. So, based on the result of this study, melinjo has the potential to be developed as a chemopreventive agent in lung cancer. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
chemistry, this including in thermodynamic, including in thermochemistry. But my question is, which term of energy that you use to explain this?
Energy Gibbs.
Gibbs free energy, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Next. Okay. Next. I wonder also, people normally do research when you people do research on natural product, especially in extract or fraction. They do. They use organic solvent like ethyl acetate, hexane, or methanol, and others. But in daily life, people only use water, right? People only use water. How do you explain this? What is the correlation between people do this kind of research and with when it becomes, just say that it will become a drug later on. But people only take this in daily life. They only use water. How can you explain this? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, actually, in my research, I use a fraction of ethyl acetate. I mean, it's like want to develop this plan for the next research which one can be developed as a drug. I mean, but for the society, we need to develop what will happen if we use the water for the extract, like that.
Yeah. My question is, why not only use water in your research?
Yeah, why I don't use water for my research? Because
daily life we use water.
Yeah, in the study, in my study, I don't use water because when we use water, it's can to contaminate with the microba.
1 minute left.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
May I ask?
Yes, please.
Yes, sure.
Okay, for Irna, may you explain about the docking molecular, because you using the extract, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How about the structure? So we can docking.
Yeah, before I docking this with the receptor, I search from the best literature review. I search what's the component in the meningo that I found they are ursolic acid and then polydatin. So from this compound, ursolic acid and polydatin, I docking it with the target protein that I found from the bioinformatics, like that.
Oh, I see. But sometimes
the time
cannot
is up.
show, but because we didn't get experiment with structure that this the active compound. Okay,
I'm sorry,
you.
the time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for Irna Julita and our reviewers. Moving on to the last presenter. The fifth presenter is Febrianti Siahaan with presentation title Evaluation of Drug Interaction in Stroke Patient at Medical Ward of RSBP Hospital Batam.
What is the first thing come to your mind when I say stroke? Dangerous? Between life and death situation? It can be true. But do you know that stroke is actually treatable? Not to mention that patients will get look 100% like before, but to prevent the worsening and recurrence, but only with the right medication. The problem is, a stroke is a risk factor of many diseases like high blood glucose or high blood pressure. Want it or not, patients have to consume many medicines, which can lead to something we call drug interactions. Drug interaction? You might think, what is that? They interact to each other? Yup. But to make it easier for you to understand, let's say from bunch of men in this world, fortunately, you met a man. This man supports all of your decision, so we can say that you experienced a good interaction one. But if the man you met keep pushing you doing things you don't like, we can say that the interaction is a bad one. It also applies to medicines. So basically, if you take 2 or more medicines, they might be affect one another. Either is good or bad. At this research, I choose RSBP Hospital Batam because I want to see is RSBP Hospital Batam as a referral hospital for stroke patients in Riau Island ideal enough at treat their patients. At this presentation, I will show you about how the doctor usually prescribe the medicines, the potential drug interactions, and the connection between them. From 51 patients who met this research criteria, the most prescribed medicines was antihypertensive. And unfortunately, from 51 patients, 46 patients experienced potential drug interactions with a total 147 potential drug interactions. And from those total, 18 events, the highest one was between amlodipine and bisoprolol. And unfortunately, there is also a connection, a correlation between comorbid and potential drug interactions. Comorbid is a list of patient disease except stroke. Unfortunately, there is no correlation between drug interactions and length of stay.
Yes, Riau is not an island. Febrianti, Riau is not an island. Yeah.
Kepulauan Riau is not same with Riau, I think.
Riau.
Yeah. So it is Kepulauan Riau, not Riau.
Silakan ibu yang lain, saya nggak punya pertanyaan.
Okay. Halo Febrianti.
Hi, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice presentation. It is really easy to understand because you provide a lot of analogy to explain terms like drug interaction and how what's the comorbidity, something like that. Yeah. So it is really easy to understand. But somehow I feel like it's not finished yet. Like there is something that in the end there is something that I think you need to add more about what's the conclusion, what's the implication, or what's next, something like that. Can you please add about that?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the question. So the implication or the impact is to help the healthcare workers to evaluate their medication. So for your information, RSBP Hospital Batam, I'm sorry, I cannot spell the exact name due to the policy. They are new as a referral hospital for stroke patients in early 2019 for Kepulauan Riau. Yeah, so before it's too late, I think I need to evaluate their medication to make sure that there are no drug interaction or actual drug interaction, so that by doing this research, we can minimize or we can help them to minimize the actual drug interaction. Maybe you are wondering how I ensure that I can help them to evaluate. So before I did this research, I need to present my proposal, and then after I did my research, I also need to present my results. And even though I cannot get in touch or get contact to the doctor in charge, I mean the neurologist, but during this research, I always discuss with the nurse and of course the pharmacy itself. So I think it is the impact or the implication of my research.
Okay, because you also found that how many potential drug interactions that you found?
147 potential drug interaction and 4 actual drug interaction.
That's
yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. It is a potential drug interaction, right? Or
Yes.
actual drug interaction?
Potential drug interaction 147, but for the actual one, it was only for actual drug interaction. But I found out that already had a good management and overcome the actual drug interaction. For example, between metformin and glymephorate interaction, they already immediately administer dextrose 40%, dextrose 40%. So that was one of interest finding during the research.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any time?
Yes, before.
Sure, please.
Okay, Febrianti, I want to know, why do you think that long stay in hospital, yeah, maybe can related with the drug interaction?
Yeah,
1 minute left.
Yeah. So first, I did a research. Some of the journals said that they compare between drug interaction to the correlation with the length of stay. But I found there's no correlation in this hospital between the potential drug interaction and length of stay. But I end up search for more, and I found a correlation between comorbid and the drug interaction with p-value about 0.006.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the question.
Is there any question from the viewers? Oh, it looks like the time is up. Thank you for Febrianti and our reviewers. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the 3MP competition. Thank you once again to our reviewers for your time and to the presenters for the amazing presentation. For the 3MP presenter, please don't leave the room yet, because after this we will have a short break and then followed by plenary talk session and the closing ceremony. Now it's the time for us to have a break. We're going to have a short break until 1:58 p.m. Jakarta time. And don't forget to join us again in the next session. See you later and thank you.
We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, infrastructure, EPC. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable.
Tiket konser.
Selamat ya, nak.
Wow, jamnya kakek.
Tidak ada jam karet lagi ya. Mau kemana?
Mau konser, Pak.
Bawa larutan penyegar cap badak.
Makasih, Pak.
Ingat kembali kisahnya yang ada badaknya. Larutan penyegar cap badak.
It's great to be able to start the day by exercising here. Breathe fresh air, see people passing by, and meet friends.
dadah.
Before, this place was just a stretch of river. Now, it can help the surrounding community to be more prosperous.
Selamat pagi, Bu.
Now, everything is easy. Work becomes more effective and efficient with the various existing facilities.
The process of delivering goods becomes easier and the business becomes smoother.
Hai.
Hai.
Aku udah sampai pelabuhan nih.
Oke, nanti ketemu di Jogja ya.
Oke, bye.
We can go anywhere and anytime without barriers.
The development that was carried out by PTPP plays an important role in supporting the activities on all levels of society. We are determined to innovate and make a sustainable contribution through our business lines, namely investment and construction. We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, starting from residential and office buildings, government buildings, and public facilities such as airports. Hereby, our projects have been recognized with national and international awards and accolades. Infrastructure. We help improve connectivity through toll road construction projects. We facilitate business activities through port development projects, and we help the community through a dam project. EPC. One of our commitments to supporting the government is reflected by our renewable energy projects, in the process of distributing more than 3,000 megawatts of electricity throughout the country. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. We always provide our best products and services. With more than 6 decades of dedication to the nation, we use a new way of looking at how we plan, manage, finance, and build the infrastructure of our future. We are strongly committed to providing the best quality of work for the nation by adhering to the corporate values, akhlak. Trust. Hold fast to the trust given. Competence. Continue to learn and develop capabilities. Harmony. Caring for each other and respecting differences. Loyalty. Dedicated and prioritizing the interests of the nation and country. Adaptive. Continue to innovate and be enthusiastic in driving or facing change. Collaborative. Building synergetic cooperation. Remaining at the forefront of innovation is our main focus in the efforts to prolong growth. Your trust is the energy in running a sustainable business. With the spirit of collaboration, we come to give the best for the future of the nation.
Saya mengapresiasi apa yang dilakukan PT, membangun dia dengan apik, cantik, cepat, dan excellent. Ini menjadi etos kerja baru bagi PT dan membangun bangunan pekerjaan konstruksi lain. Selamat PT.
PP saya kira masih public operation yang lain. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi pemicu bagi yang lain bisa bergerak lebih baik ke depannya. Saya kira ini yang harus dipertahankan oleh PP karena ke depan pekerjaan itu pasti mengejar kualitas. Selalu PP menjadi trademark kualitas BUMN karya kita.
Saya juga terima kasih pada PP dan Angkasa Pura I yang tadi kita lihat secara detail pengerjaannya juga menurut saya ini terbaik.
PT PP, terima kasih. Ini betul-betul bermanfaat bagi masyarakat kami.
We care about implementing programs for the benefit of the environment and the surrounding communities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable. PT, empowering the future. We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, infrastructure, EPC. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable.
Tiket konser.
Selamat ya, Nak.
Wow, jamnya kakek.
Tidak ada jam karet lagi ya. Mau kemana?
Mau konser, Pak.
Bawa larutan penyegar cap badak.
Makasih, Pak.
Ingat kembali kisahnya yang ada badaknya. Larutan penyegar cap badak.
It's great to be able to start the day by exercising here. Breathe fresh air, see people passing by, and meet friends.
Oke, dadah.
Before, this place was just a stretch of river. Now, it can help the surrounding community to be more prosperous.
Selamat pagi, Bu.
Now, everything is easy. Work becomes more effective and efficient with the various existing facilities.
The process of delivering goods becomes easier and the business becomes smoother.
Hai.
Hai.
Aku udah sampai pelabuhan nih.
Oke, nanti ketemu di Jogja ya.
Oke, bye.
We can go anywhere and anytime without barriers.
The development that was carried out by PTPP plays an important role in supporting the activities on all levels of society. We are determined to innovate and make a sustainable contribution through our business lines, namely investment and construction. We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, starting from residential and office buildings, government buildings, and public facilities such as airports. Hereby, our projects have been recognized with national and international awards and accolades. Infrastructure. We help improve connectivity through toll road construction projects. We facilitate business activities through port development projects, and we help the community through a dam project. EPC. One of our commitments to supporting the government is reflected by our renewable energy projects. In the process of distributing more than 3,000 megawatts of electricity throughout the country. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services. Providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. We always provide our best products and services. With more than 6 decades of dedication to the nation, we use a new way of looking at how we plan, manage, finance, and build the infrastructure of our future. We are strongly committed to providing the best quality of work for the nation by adhering to the corporate values, akhlak. Trust. Hold fast to the trust given. Competence. Continue to learn and develop capabilities. Harmony. Caring for each other and respecting differences. Loyalty. Dedicated and prioritizing the interests of the nation and country. Adaptive. Continue to innovate and be enthusiastic in driving or facing change. Collaborative. Building synergetic cooperation. Remaining at the forefront of innovation is our main focus in the efforts to prolong growth. Your trust is the energy in running a sustainable business. With the spirit of collaboration, we come to give the best for the future of the nation.
Saya mengapresiasi apa yang dilakukan PT, membangun dia dengan apik, cantik, cepat, dan excellent. Ini menjadi etos kerja baru bagi PT dan membangun bangunan pekerjaan konstruksi lain. Selamat PT.
PP saya kira masih above the average, yang lain. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi pemicu bagi yang lain bisa lebih baik ke depannya. Okay? Saya kira ini yang harus dipertahankan oleh PP karena ke depan pekerjaan itu pasti mengejar kualitas.
Selalu PP menjadi trademark kualitas BUMN karya kita.
Saya juga terima kasih pada PP dan Angkasa Pura I yang tadi kita lihat secara detail pengerjaannya juga menurut saya ini terbaik.
PT PP, terima kasih.
Ini betul-betul bermanfaat bagi masyarakat kami.
We care about implementing programs for the benefit of the environment and the surrounding communities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable. Empowering the future. We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, infrastructure, EPC. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable.
Tiket konser.
Selamat ya, nak.
Wow, jamnya kakek.
Tidak ada jam karet lagi ya. Mau kemana?
Mau konser, Pak.
Bawa larutan penyegar cap badak.
Makasih, Pak.
Ingat kembali kisahnya yang ada badaknya. Larutan penyegar cap badak.
It's great to be able to start the day by exercising here. Breathe fresh air, see people passing by, and meet friends.
Oke, dadah.
Before, this place was just a stretch of river. Now, it can help the surrounding community to be more prosperous.
Selamat pagi, Bu.
Now, everything is easy. Work becomes more effective and efficient with the various existing facilities.
The process of delivering goods becomes easier and the business becomes smoother.
Hai.
Hai.
Aku udah sampai pelabuhan nih.
Oke, nanti ketemu di Jogja ya.
Oke, bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main station of the 7 ICPAPS 2021 and this 12 ISCC 2021. I hope you had a great time in the Timmerman Award and 3MP session this morning. Now we will continue to our next agenda, which is the plenary talk. This session will be guided by our moderator, Professor Triana. I hope Prof. Triana is already here. Please allow me to read a brief CV of her. Professor Dr. Triana Hertiani graduated as PhD. Is showing her deep interest on the field. She was an awardee of the AID Marine Special Program in 2004, and she has conducted and joined various trainings to support her scientific track records, including ISMED course and workshop on applied good clinical practice in 2014, as well as Erasmus Plus Staff Mobility Program at Leipzig University in 2016. Professor Triana is currently the Vice Dean of the Academic Affairs, highlighting her passion in teaching and pharmacy education curriculum and academic innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to give the virtual space to Professor Triana. Professor Triana, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice introduction. Good day, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the promo room, and thank you for joining us in the last plenary session of the ICPAPS 2021. And in this session, we will have three distinguished guests. The first one will be Professor Jackson Chi Wu, which will talk about the preclinical evaluation of sclareol as an adjuvant therapy for cisplatin resistance in non-small cell lung cancer. Professor Wu, and then the second one, we will have Professor Dr. Apotheker Daryono Hadi Cahyono, Master of Science Engineering, which will talk about the role of computational method in discovering lead compounds and repurposing of existing molecules. And the third one, last but not least, we will have the Professor Dr. Wim Kwaks, which will talk about the design receptor-specific TNF ligands to fight cancer and fibrosis. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Jackson C. Wu. Good afternoon, Professor Wu. How are you?
Thank you. Great, I'm fine. Thank you for your invitation.
Okay, the pleasure is ours. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Jackson Chi Wu, let me give a brief introduction of Professor Wu. So Professor Wu has joined Taipei Medical University as Dean of Pharmacy in 1913. And in August 2017, Professor Wu is appointed as the Vice President in charge of International Affairs, Academia Industry Collaboration, as well as entrepreneurial development at TMU. Professor Wu has a strong academic background and diverse professional experience in Taiwan and also in the United States. And he also received his PhD degree in pharmacology in 1994 from the Ohio State University, where Professor Wu also worked as a pharmacology research assistant and as an internal medicine postdoctoral fellow. He co-authored a conference paper on gene expression published in Society for Neuroscience. And at the University of California in San Diego, he spent 2 years as a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Bioengineering. After joining TMU, Dr. Wu led the college to reach a number of milestones, including the development of a 6-year PharmD program, a pilot arrangement in private higher education institution in Taiwan. So without further ado, Professor Jackson Wu, the time, the screen is yours for the next 15 minutes. Please, Professor Wu.
Okay, thanks for Chair Lady for your kind introduction. And I'm so glad to be invited for this 7th ICPAPS 2021 great conference. And I'm missing the visit to Indonesia 2 years ago. I've been visiting Indonesia several times, including Lombok Island, Bali Island, Yogyakarta, and Makassar. So I think I have a very good experiences while I visit many universities in Indonesia. And but still, online interaction still can catch a lot of a good memory in the past. So I would like to briefly discuss about topics regarding the cancer therapy. Before I get into my topic, I just would like to briefly introduce Taipei Medical University. Taipei Medical University, our school is just very specialized in medicine and also pharmacy and dentistry. And we have a history of 60 years. And in the past 60 years, we strive to cultivate our students with innovation and humanity and also globalization. And TMU has been ranked by Times Higher Education for 2022 to the top 2031 in the whole world. So I think we are striving to our best to promote the academic and education background in Taiwan here. So can I have my first slide?
Yes, sure. Committee?
Or should I share my PowerPoint by myself or the?
You can do it, yeah. You can just directly share screen.
Okay.
Would you prefer to do it so, or would you prefer to have us?
Oh, you can have the slides for me then, please.
Okay. Okay, the committee, please, would you please share the slide from Professor Wu?
Okay, can anyone see my screen here?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, great, thank you. So I would like to talk about the cancer therapy briefly, and also the application of herbal extract compound. How can we make a supplement for this cancer therapy? So I think I will start with the cancer disease. According to the statistic report of the global burden of disease, I think cancer, we all know that is the top leading cause of death. In Taiwan, I think 2019, the cancer ranked as the first cause of death. And in United States, although is ranked as the second place of cause of death, but it's very close into the heart disease. Next, please. And among all those cancers, I think we know that they have a different incidence and also the mortality. Lung cancer has been known as a very devastating cancer because it's not because it is a high incidence, but because of it is a high mortality rate in cancer. The incidence, as indicated by the blue color, is not the top one incidence rate, but I think look at the mortality in red. Lung cancer has the highest mortality rate. So lung cancer becomes a very devastating disease for many, many people, many, many countries. Next, please. And we all know that smoking can be the biggest risk factor. And at least 69 out of 250 known harmful chemicals in tobaccos has been reported to be the cancer causative factors. But not only smoking, but also 6 other causes for lung cancer has been well reported, including random workplace chemicals, air pollution, genetics, radiation therapy, and other lung diseases. So all these factors leading to the high incidence of mortality of the lung cancer. Next. And lung cancer are broadly classified into 2 types. And we know that one type is small cell lung cancer, and the other one is non-small cell lung cancers. And non-small cell lung cancer is more difficult to treat because it's relatively insensitive to many chemotherapy. And look at the chart, we know that non-small cell lung cancer composed of almost 85% of those lung cancer patients. And for the non-small cell lung cancer, they will be categorized into 3 subtypes. One is adenocarcinoma, the other one is squamous cell carcinoma, and also large cell carcinoma. And adenocarcinoma, I think, is the biggest problem for many lung cancer patients. Next. And lung cancer can be treated in several ways, and depending on the type of the lung cancer and how serious it is. For the traditional medicine, we have the surgery, we have chemotherapy, and also the radiation. And recently, we also developed some precision medicine for target therapy and also some immunotherapy, cell therapy to deal with this very devastating lung cancer. Next, please. And administration of platinum compound in combination with the taxane, like paclitaxel or docetaxel, gemcitabine and vinorelbine, irinotecan, is considered the optimal first-line therapy for patients with advanced stage non-small cell cancer, lung cancer, who have a good performance status using this kind of a combination for this lung cancer. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So platinum has been selected as the first-line chemotherapy drugs. They have been used as important drugs or drug candidates for this kind of lung cancer. Traditional platinum drugs, including the globally approved, including cisplatin, carboplatin, oxaliplatin, those are neutral platinum complexes with the 2 amine ligands. As you see that cisplatin, oxaliplatin, they all have the platinum in the middle and composed of the 2 amine groups, and also 2 other additional ligands. These compounds can be equated for DNA binding within the lung cancer cell. Next, please. And with this binding of cisplatin to the DNA in the cancer cell, then we know that they will formating a covalent bonds between the drug and the DNA and forming an adducts. And this adducts will then cause DNA cross-linking, which interferes with DNA replication and cell mitosis, and finally will cause cell apoptosis. So from the chart, you can see that the DNA will be bound by the platinum, either intra-strand cross-linking or inter-strand cross-linking. So either one will cause the DNA damage. And on the right-hand side, you can see a lot of the signal transduction molecules all be regulated by this cisplatin DNA ducts and causing the final cell apoptosis. So this is some sort of mechanism of cisplatin leading to cell death and suppressing the cancer formation. Next, please. However, the platinum-based drugs, although it has been widely used for the first-line chemotherapy, but they still have a lot of a problem. Their use is limited by their severe dose-limiting side effects, and including neurotoxicity, nausea, vomiting, kidney damage. Those have been widely reported clinically. Next, please. And another problem is the occurrence of drug resistance. Although platinum-based drugs like cisplatin is very effective at the very beginning, but later on, they find that their effectiveness is reduced. It's simply because of this drug resistance happen. So this drug resistance in cancer chemotherapy is still a major clinical problem. And there is a high prevalence of cisplatin resistant has been evidenced in clinical non-small cell lung cancer specimens. And in this figure, you can see that cisplatin will be intact to the DNA, the cancer cell, and then it causes the DNA repair. However, those drugs will be excreted by GSX pump or MRP1 efflux mechanism. So they will tend to get rid of the cisplatin out of the cancer cell. So this is somehow the drug resistance happened for the cancer cell receiving the cisplatin treatment. Next, please. And there's another mechanism causing the drug resistance, which is ERCC1 highly expressed. Excision repair cross-complementation group 1, abbreviated as ERCC1, which is a DNA repair enzyme. So when cancer cell receiving the platelet treatment, and the cancer cell tend to produce more ERCC1 to antagonize this DNA repair damage problem. So they have a repairing system try to conquer the cisplatin-induced DNA damage. And this kind of ERCC1 DNA repairing mechanism has been demonstrated to be involved in part of molecular mechanism of cisplatin resistance. So developing inhibitors for ERCC1 has become a possible intervention strategy to overcome the problem of cisplatin resistance. So the figure A, B, C, D, E depicted here just simply imply the cisplatin binding to the DNA of the cancer cell, they will cause the DNA damage. However, the ERCC1 will be produced by the cancer cell and they get into the DNA adduct. So once DNA adduct becomes damaged by cisplatin, the ERCC1 would cut away those damaged DNA and then they repair the damaged part and go back to the final one, which is the figure E, become the normal DNA situation. So cisplatin tried to damage the DNA double strand, but ERCC1 will repair this damage and become a normal cancer cell. So they will resume their function of the cancer cell. So this ERCC1 for the cancer therapy, which is not the good guys. So in order to reduce the DNA damage repairing system, we have to find out the way to reduce the ERCC1 expression. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we go back to the major role of this drug-resistant prevention candidate, which is a sclerol. Sclerol, this is a chemical compound identified from the natural aromatic compound. This was firstly isolated from the stems and leaves of a labiate plant family. It's called it Severe Scleria L, and classified as a bicyclic diterpene alcohol and has been widely used in the food and cosmetic industries. So the lower left panel is a plant. The picture of this plant looks very pretty. And then we extract the stem and from the leaves and get the compound, and its chemical structures is indicated on the right-hand side. Next, please. And the bioactivity of sclerol is not new. Actually, it has been published in many papers. It has been shown that it can be applied as an adjuvant to improve cytotoxicity of chemotherapy agent, such as doxorubicin or bortezomib. And some animal study also showed that direct injection of the sclerol into breast cancer tumor significantly inhibit tumor growth. That means the sclerol itself can inhibit the breast cancer. And this is through inhibiting T regulatory cell infiltration and regulating the hormone release of spleen cell. And this would stimulate cell-mediated immune response and destroy cancer cells. So scleral has been reported by itself as an anti-cancer drugs. And we would like to apply the effectiveness of the scleral in the cancer therapy to see whether they can reduce the drug resistance of cisplatin or not. Next, please. And some other report also showed that scleral can inhibit the expression of the oncogenic c-MYC gene and resulting in apoptosis of numerous human blood cancer cells. Colorectal, breast cancer, osteosarcoma cancer cell all show that scleral can inhibit these cells. So according to the previous report, we believe that scleral itself can be a very good cancer therapy drugs. Next. And safety study of scleral has also been reported. Scleral has been shown that no significant toxicity in the evaluation test of animal acute toxicity and repeated dose toxicity. And according to the Research Institute of Fragrance Materials, RIFM, scleral did not show significant toxicity for rat acute toxicity test. So those indicating this is a very effective cancer therapy drugs, as well as no significant toxicity chemicals. Next. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this study just want to exploring the mechanism of drug resistance and develop adjuvant drugs not only can help to overcome the issue of drug resistance, but also to strengthen its therapeutic effect used at lower doses, which will finally minimize both effective dosage and side effect of cisplatin. We also like to examine whether scleral can be applied as an adjuvant agent to overcome cisplatin drug-resistant problem for human non-small cell cancer lung cancers, and also to understand its regulatory mechanism. Next, please. Next slide. So here are our experimental results. Next slide, please. So first, we just want to know that if we take away the ERCC1, does that mean the cisplatin will exert more powerful effect? So figure 8, we have applied the negative control of silence RNA. The other one is using the ERCC1 silence RNA. So the open bar indicating the cell without ERCC1 because we have applied the silence RNA to destroy the ERCC1 expression. So without ERCC1 expression in this open bar, increasing concentration of cisplatin really reduce the cell viability. But for the closed bar that is normally expressed ERCC1, the cisplatin effect was not as good as those one without the ERCC1. So indicating that if we have ERCC1 expressed in the cell, then the cisplatin does not express better regulatory effects on cell viability. So this indicates that ERCC1 plays a very important role for cisplatin effect. So in figure B, those are the 3 repeats for each concentration of scleral application. And we would like to look at whether the ERCC1 can be suppressed by scleral or not. And showing by histogram of the ERCC1 level by different concentration of scleral, up to 90 micromolar of scleral, we see the very significant suppression of ERCC1 compared to 0, 30, 60 micromolar. And 120 micromolar can also show very significant suppression of ERCC1. And then we put these two together using the scleral and cisplatin, and we look at that, whether the cancer cell viability will be suppressed or not. Using the cisplatin by itself, did not show very strong suppression of the cell viability. Using the cisplatin together with the scleral, we found that there's a very strong suppression of the cell viability. And by comparing the scleral itself, this combination also shows a very significant suppression effect on the cell viability. Next slide, please. So we believe there is a synergic effect of scleral and the cisplatin in the cell viability. How about cell migration? So we put these two together to see whether the cell migration will be affected or not. And by comparing the serum-free 10% serum and 50-100 scleral or cisplatin or the combination, we found that the cisplatin together with scleral has the most significant suppression effect on the migration of the cancer cell. So suggesting that if we put these two drugs together, they can have a better inhibitory effect on cell migration. Next, please. So we further look into the regulation mechanism of scleral on ERCC1 and its upstream molecules, including the c-Jun, C4, SNAIL, AKT, GSK3 beta, ERK, JNK, and so on. So all these molecules being known that it's been upstream to ERCC1 expression. So we find out that using the scleral, we can have a very strong suppression on the c-Jun, C4, and SNAIL expression level. And AKT as well as JNK expression level can also be suppressed by higher concentration of scleral. However, GSK3 beta and ERK was not significantly affected by scleral, suggesting that scleral has selectively inhibitory effects on several different molecules. And not only the expression level, but also the phosphorylation activity. And we find out that the AKT phosphorylation and GSK3 beta phosphorylation, as well as the JNK phosphorylation level, can also be suppressed by 100 micromolar of scleral. Next, please. Okay, so according to our in vitro study, we find out that cisplatin and scleral, they have a synergetic effect in cell viability and cell migration. And how about the in vivo? So we use the xenograft tumor model. We inject the cell into the rat and to see whether those xenograft injecting with the A4, the lung cancer cell 459, can they be suppressed by this combination therapy? So the top panel on the left-hand side are the day 0. That means these 4 animals, they're receiving different treatment at the very beginning. And after 2 weeks, we found out that the control, they have very significant tumor mass form after the injection. And if we use the cisplatin, we find out that the tumor was not so significantly suppressed. And if we use the scleral alone, the tumor is still very big over there. But when you look at the right side of the cisplatin together with the scleral, the tumor mass was significantly suppressed. And we also look at that the protein expression level from those tumors, the ERCC1 was significantly suppressed by cisplatin together with scleral. So suggesting that scleral reducing the ERCC1 does affect or potentiate the anti-cancer effect of cisplatin. Next, please. And we would like to know that whether if you use this combination will affect their normal physiological condition or not. And body weight is a very helpful index that us to measure the side effect of this combination therapy. When we find out that there are no significant difference in body weight among these several groups, control, scleral, cisplatin, or combination therapy. Next, please. And we also look at the liver function, renal function, and all other physiological index. And none of those blood marker, they show significant difference. So suggesting again that combination therapy of cisplatin together with a scleral, they did not cause too much side effects as compared to the other groups. Next, please. So I would like to just make a conclusion about the above finding. Scleral will inhibit AKT and then converted the active form of the GSK3 beta into the inactive form. And the GSK will suppress if it become active, and they will promote the SNAIL1 or AP1 and causing ERCC1 expression. And if we apply the scleral, they can go through either AKT or JNK to suppress the SNAIL1, AP1, those transcription factor binding to ERCC1 promoter region, and which can suppress the expression of ERCC1. So I think this is just a very simple scheme indicating the molecular mechanism of scleral. How does it affect the ERCC1 expression and leading the effectiveness of cisplatin for this lung cancer. Next, please. So in summary, our experimental study demonstrated that scleral markedly inhibits cell growth and migration, as well as ERCC1 expression in this ERCC1 resistant A549 cell. And scleral has potential application to be an adjuvant agent that can largely overcome ERCC1 related drug resistance and can thus improve the in vitro and in vivo anti-cancer effect of cisplatin. Our data also confirmed that suppression of AKT, GSK3 beta, AP1, and SNAIL, and also the JNK-AP1 signaling pathway may be involved in reduction of cisplatin ERCC1 resistance and increase the cytotoxicity in scleral-treated A549 cells. Next, please. So the above data we have been published in this chemical biological interaction last year, and just give you some brief introduction and describing molecular mechanism of what we have finding regarding the scleral anti-drug resistant effect on cisplatin. Next, please. Okay, so this is just a bird view of our campus. And you can see on the left panel, there's the Tower 101. So you are all welcome to visit TMU in the near future after this COVID-19 situation getting better. You are welcome to visit us, and I will be very glad to be your tour guide to bring to the top of the 101 to overlook the Taipei city. Thank you very much, and also appreciation.
Thank you very much, Professor Wu. What a tempting, very tempting invitation.
Thank you.
Okay, Professor Wu. It was a very impressive presentation. The result was scleral as the adjuvant therapy for cancer. And before we go to our next presenters, the committee would like to cordially hand over the certificate of appreciation for your contribution to the ICPAPS.
Thank you.
Okay, from the committee, would you please to Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Wu. There will be the certificate of appreciation for your contribution in this ICPAPS. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And please kindly stay in this Zoom room, so because we will have the question and answer session at the end of the session after all the three speakers presents their talks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our second presenters, Professor Dr. Daryono Hadi Cahyono. Please welcome Professor Daryono. Hello, Professor Daryono. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum. I think you are still muted.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, thank you for accepting our invitations, Professor Daryono. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Daryono Hadi Cahyono earned his master and PhD degree in medicinal chemistry from Keio University, Japan in 1998 and 2001, respectively. So he joined the Department of Pharmacy, Bandung Institute Technology in 1992. And now he is a professor in medicinal chemistry and also the head of the Laboratory of Medicinal Chemistry and High Performance Computation. So Professor Daryono has research interest in design and synthesis of porphyrin and chlorophyll derivative as photosensitizer for photodynamic therapy and ligand for pharmaceuticals, exploring molecular database for drug discovery, as well as their in silico and in vivo study. So more than 50 paper has been published and 4 patents has been registered. And he's now a member of American Chemical Society Division of Medicinal Chemistry, and also the country representative of the Society of Porphyrin and Phthalocyanins, and also the former board member of Asian Federation of Medicinal Chemistry, or EFMC. And now he is also the president of the Association of Indonesian Higher Pharmacy Education, or APTFI, and the general secretary of Asian Association of School of Pharmacy, or ASP. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Daryono Hadi. Professor Daryono, the times and screens is yours for the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Triana, for kind introduction. First, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for inviting me to join this conference. Today, I would like to talk about the role of computational method in discovering lead compounds, as well as in trying to reproposing the existing molecule. So please wait a moment. Okay, as we know that in drug discovery and development, it needs a big money to launch one molecule to be a medicine. In conventional drug discovery, we need about 1.8 to 2.6 billion US dollar. I think it is the biggest research fund in compared to the or the research, for example, for research in how to get new car and so on. But by adopting the new technology, we can decrease this money for about 50%, because, for example, we can use computational methods in virtual screening, molecular modeling, and so on. Included, we can make synthesis thousands compounds using combinatorial chemistry, for example. And as also explained by Professor Jackson, that the cancer is the second has the second mortality after the cardiovascular disease. And in 2020, there are 9.9 billion people deaths due to the cancer, for example. And by conducting or using radiation technology compared to the traditional chemotherapy, the targeted therapy will more selective in therapy, because it's targeting specific molecule for develops the cells and so on. So, for example, is in tyrosine kinase receptor. And this tyrosine kinase receptor is, has the main role in phosphorylation. And this process, this catalysis is very important in regulates proliferation, differentiation, apoptosis, for example. And the overexpression of this tyrosine kinase will cause cancer. And until now, the EGFR, HER2, and VEGF2 are the targeted receptor in developing or in discovering new anti-cancer. Interestingly, this EGFR, HER2, VEGFR2 has the synergic relationships in their activity. So when the tyrosine kinase receptors induced by the endogenous ligands, it will make forms a dimer, can be homodimers or heterodimers, and it will be makes it active. And activating transducing signal of EGFR will be strengthening by the HER2 through the formation of heterodimers, and it is also known that dissociation rates of these heterodimers is lower than lower than this homodimers. So activation, moreover, activation of this EGFR and HER2 will stimulate the VEGF, and this is can result in angiogenesis, that it will cause, for example, resistance and cancer. So by inhibiting these targets simultaneously, it will make the therapy more effective and also can reduce the resistance. So in this work, we use two approach in this screening of the database to find the hits that can be force this anti EGFR, HER2, and VEGFR. So after we validate this approach, and then we use this tool to screen millions molecule, and after we find hits, compound, and then we use this heat to find all the molecules that have similarity, from also from another database, and then we confirm using molecular dynamics as well as in vitro tests to confirm the results of the in silico results. This is for the science, the pharmacophore model. We use ligand Scots. So using 10 pharmacophore models for each receptor, and then we manipulate until we find the criteria. Here is the AUC of the ROC curves. Here should be more than 0.7, and then the EF 1% should be more than 1.0. This is the pharmacophore feature for this EGFR, HER2, and VEGFR2. Yeah, you can see here it consists of aromatic group, hydrophobic groups, proton hydrogen donor, as well as hydrogen acceptor. And we use this we use this two software for dockings, the docs and IGM docs, and this two tool has the different algorithms in the ranking to make ranking of the compound. So the highest ranking of molecule using docs and IGM doc will be used as the selected compounds for the next step. So, and the ROC of the growth, it will be meet the requirement if the AOC more than 0.7. And we screen from Zinc database here using tool as described previously. And finally, we found one hit molecule, and then we use as the parent compound. And then we use this parent compound or hit compound to find more close or high similarity with this parent compound from MQL database, and we found about 170 analogs. And again, using this tool, as we described previously, we find 3 molecules that have a similarity with the parent molecule. And this is the structure of this the 4 compounds. Really, this pharmacophore is also exists in the existing inhibitor. Yeah. But only in the substituents, it is different in the position. Yeah, the position of the substituent is here, different from this erlotinib and so on. And then we evaluate how the molecule, 3 molecules or 4 molecules bind to the kinase receptors. As I think some of you know that the kinase family of kinase receptor has the characteristics. For example, is the rings, adenine packets, hydrophobic packets, and the DFG motif. The DFG motif consists of 3 residue: phenylalanine, glycine, and aspartic acid. Depending on the position of the phenylalanine and aspartic, the DFG motif will be in or out. And if in, it is active. It means that this kinase can make catalytic function. But if the DFG in inactive or in out motif, the kinase cannot conduct catalysis. So if we look at this molecule in this binding sites, for all the 4 compound also show the similar binding interaction in this pockets of the kinase receptor. And then for the VGFRs, the motif is out. It means that it is in this inactive form. And in the inactive forms, when the aspartic acid in the back sides, here will be forms, there's empty rooms, usually called as allosteric pocket here. And so it's make the interaction of this molecule. Yeah. So it is also shown here that 4 compound also very similar in the interactions with VGFR receptor. And the another ones is to interaction with HER2. In HER2, it is very characteristic for this one, because the allosterics pocket is available in this motif in active forms. Yeah. So in the presence of the allosterics pockets, the molecule can enter more deeper into these rooms. Yeah. So it can, the molecule can forms the binding bonds with this residue. Yeah, it is. We are also observe very similar binding mode between 4 molecule with HER2. Yeah. And here is the results of a snapshot of the MD simulations, and we can see here that the position of the molecule at the 0 nanosecond compared to the 50 nanoseconds, it is very close here, and still in the binding site of the receptor. And if we look the stability of the interaction, we can find here that all RMSD of the MD simulation also has the rings not more than 0.0 nanometer. And we can find here for the interaction of the molecule with EGFR, we can find here one molecule. Yeah, it is zinc 729. That's it's stable here, and we also find in the profile of a hydrogen bonding, these molecules still keeping its hydrogen bonding during the MD simulation. Here is the free binding energy between the molecule with related receptors, and we can find here that's as shown in the docking scores. It is also meet with the binding score in the ranks of the binding energy. only this one. That's this is lower binding energy compared to this parent compounds. The other has a good agreement with docking score. And here is the in vitro results. Yeah, the red one so no activity here, and the yellow and the green one show the activity of this compound to the receptor, and more intense green, more intense green, it means that the activity is more higher. Yeah, less than. It means strong activity, yeah, and we can find here that activity to the compounds to the two receptor EGFR and HER2, both in vitro and in silico result is agree each other, yeah. That's the derivative is has higher activity than the parent compound, yeah. And interestingly, if we look at the interaction or activity to this VGFR2, or here is KDR, that's the in vitro result is opposite to the in silico. As I explained in this previous slide, that the crystal structure of this VGFR2 is really in the DFG out. It's mean inactive, while the kinase here used in vitro is in active form. So it is the reason that the in vitro result is opposite to in silico result. This is the structure of this four molecule that's here by deleting or cutting the methoxy will increase the activity. Yeah, will strengthen the activity. Next one, I would like to talk about the other receptors. Here is the molecules makes our concern is curcumin. Curcumin has been reported has many activity, yeah, and it is also used for spicy, for especially for Indian foods, yeah. And curcumin also reported that it is the natural dual specificity tyrosine regulated kinase. So we would screen the database as well as screen the database as the anti TYRK2, yeah, and this dual specific tyrosine regulated has this regulated proteosis with through these two mechanisms. Yeah, I think you can read here, and we use training set molecule here, 24 analog of curcumin that has also been reported that IC50 against protein receptor. And as explained in the previous, we use also pharmacophore model and dockings tool to screen for about 7.4 million molecules to find curcumin analog that has also activity again to TYRK2. And this is the docking result. We found select six molecule after we also conducted the prediction of adsorption, metabolism, and so on, as well as the toxicity. And so we select 6 compound to be studied further. This is confirmed for biomolecular dynamic simulation. That's the curcumin analog also stabilize the binding site of this receptor. And here, the important one is these three residue that has important interaction between this receptor with curcumin analogs. And if we compare the binding energy to curcumins, all curcumin analogs selected here is has the binding energy higher than curcumin. And we have synthesized these 6 compounds, yeah, because it is not so difficult compared to the HGFRs, VGFF2, and HER2 inhibitors in the synthesis. So we synthesize these compounds and we make in vitro test against some cell lines, and we can find here that, for example, this curcumin analog has better activity, yeah, compared to this curcumin. Yeah, and then another receptor that's also has been studied by our laboratory. Is cyclin-dependent kinase 4 and 6. Yeah, we use the same tools, pharmacophore model and docking study to screen for about 13 million compounds to find the lead compound. Yeah. We find 8 hits compound here, and if we studied more in using the molecular dynamics, we find here that 2 hit compounds has better binding energy, yeah, compared to the existing this CDK4 and CDK2 inhibitor. So this now is this molecule are under in vitro study. And the last one is we also conducting reproposing existing molecule, especially in the some drugs and also natural product compounds against the COVID-19. We use here is the main protease of the SARS-CoV-2 as the target. And here is some selected molecule. Yeah, hesperidin is also has reported in the early of the pandemics that it will have good anti-COVID as predicted. But we when we studied more using more detail using molecular dynamics, yeah, this is hesperidin is has the lower interaction between the main main protease of the SARS-CoV-2. Yeah. And here we can see how the, for example, lopinavir and so on interacts with the SARS-CoV-2 main protease in its binding sites using 200 nanosecond simulation. But if we studied more using more longer molecular dynamic simulation, some molecule will leave out from the binding sites of this SARS-CoV-2. So we make longer simulation here because, for example, darunavir here left the binding site after runs 100 more than 100, yeah, and the molecule is left out from the binding site. Also, we also that ritonavir, yeah, although in the February 2020, it has been reported that ritonavir will be good anti-COVID-19. But if we study more using more MD simulation, we can find here that the ritonavir also left out from the binding site. So we extend the simulations for more than 500 nanosecond, and we can find sorting the ranking of the binding energy of this molecule, included the natural product campherols, also quercetin here, and molnupiravir shown the smallest energy binding interaction, because this molecule has the different mechanism really, because this is a products and will similar with remdesivir. So here is, for example, saquinavir that it is stable during the more than 100 nanosecond simulation. So it is important when we conducting MD simulation to see more comprehensive. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we also compared to the new Pfizer that this compound still under preclinical study also. And the important residue that the selected molecule interacts with main protease is this 3 residue, yeah, also shown by another molecule. So as summary, the computational method is useful tool in discovering lead compound from a database. And the second one, the first step in repurposing existing molecule can be supported by molecular modeling. We thanks to our collaborator and our student here, and also our junior Francisca and Tasya for their support. And we also thank to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology for doctoral scholarship, as well as for the hibah penelitian disertasi for doctor student, as well as support from our university. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Dayono. That was very inspiring how the computational chemistry can help us to discover new lead compounds and also repurposing drugs. And before we go to our third speakers, the committee also would like to cordially hand over the certificate of appreciation for your contribution. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dayono.
Thank you.
Please also kindly stay for the Q&A session later on. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last but not least, of course, the third speakers of this plenary session. Please welcome Professor Dr. Wim Z. Kwaks from University of Groningen, the Netherlands.
Thank you very much. I hope you can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Okay. Can you also see the?
Okay, Professor Kwaks, would you mind if I give audience a little of a brief introduction of you, so everyone will know you better?
Okay. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwaks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Wim Kwaks, did I spell it right? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So Professor Wim Kwaks is a pharmaceutical biology professor at the Chemical and Pharmaceutical Biology Department, Groningen. and also the Research Institute of Pharmacy University of Groningen. And with a very high level of Scopus index of 50, Professor Wim is one of the most reputable researcher in his field, has already published 222. What a wonderful numbers. And he has been doing a lot of works involving protein engineering. Among them are RAN-KL mutants and various enzymes. And he also put his name on 64 patents, including one of the most notable, the method of penicillin G acylase production. So Professor Quarks is currently the head of chemical and pharmaceutical biology department, the member of the committee valorization grant from the Dutch Technology Foundation, and also the member of the take-off grant committee zone MW from STW, and also the chairman of the Groningen University Committee for Academic Practice. And in 2020, Professor Wim Cox was appointed Knight in the Order of the Dutch Lion to acknowledge the impact of his track records on the society by the Kingdom of the Acknowledgement. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Wim J. Quarks. Professor Quarks, the times and the screen is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very long and extensive introduction. I will try to start the presentation right away by sharing the screen. I did have some problems, but let's see what happens. This one. Can you see this screen?
Yes, clearly, thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm sitting here in the Netherlands. As you all know, it's a small country somewhere in Europe. I'm looking outside of my window and the visibility is about 200 meters. It's 5 degrees. And I was thinking back of my last visit to Indonesia, which was 2 years ago. And actually I was meeting also with Professor Dayono. It was at the ITB. It was to celebrate a 100 years existence, 100 years celebration of ITB. Yeah. And I have very good memories. And I also have good memories about the climate. So that's a little bit different here today now. But if you would be here on a sunny day, and we also have sunny days, so don't, let me see if I can have a pointer. If you would be here on a sunny day and you would have a helicopter, you could have this view. And this is our fantastic campus. This is the medical campus at the University of Groningen. We have, it's an immense complex. We have here the patients. This is the entry of the hospital. We have here the clinical research. This is all the preclinical research. And actually, I'm sitting now here in this building at the 9th floor, and I'm looking outside in the direction of the, but my visibility stops here, so I cannot see the rest of the complex. It's 1 kilometer, this complex, and it's part of, I would say, a very nice and a very fine university to work with. Going back to the remark that Professor Jackson made, the University of Groningen is number 80 in the Times Higher Education ranking and number 64 in the Shanghai ranking. So we are very proud on our achievements. And we are on top very proud on our tight collaboration with Indonesia. I think in the last decade, we had more than 20 students from Indonesia doing their PhD, being trained at this fantastic place. And many of them, they have gone back to Indonesia, and those I meet when I go there from time to time. So I'm very proud about this collaboration. Today, I would like to focus on something I would say more into the content, and I hope I can also reach young students and stimulate them. This is the way pharmaceutical research is going, and this is, I think, if we look ahead, we will see more and more knowledge about molecular interactions. We will train and we will see how drug targets, how they are being studied, how we are being evolving drugs, and that's going to be, I think, that the new development, which people in Indonesia also more and more are becoming part of. So let's go ahead, and I hope it's not too complicated what I'm going to tell. I'm going to focus on this family of proteins. What you see here is the 3D structure of the paradigm of this family, which is tumor necrosis factor alpha. And tumor necrosis factor alpha is a trimeric protein, is shown here in the middle in green. This is the TNF trimer, and it will bind to a trimeric receptor, as shown here, indicated as TNF-R2. And this TNF trimer binds to the receptor that is on the cell surface, and then it is triggering a signal. And TNF alpha has been one of the first to be discovered, has become the basis of quite some pharmaceuticals. And nowadays we have 3 drugs on the market, and infliximab, adalimumab, and etanercept. They all are antagonists against the TNF alpha, and they are all being used for rheumatic arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. So they are stopping inflammation. So by inhibiting TNF alpha, you can stop inflammation. And to give you just an impression, only the right one, this is the receptor of TNF alpha that is now being fused to the Fc protein. This drug, which is also known as Enbrel, on its own has sales of 4 billion per year. So this is a gigantic market that has arisen coming from this TNF alpha and the research on it. And if you look to TNF alpha and you would do an homology search, you would discover that it is a member of a big family. It's a super family. There are about 20 different ligands shown here on top, and there are about 30 different receptors which are shown down here. And if you look carefully, you can see that some of these receptors, for instance, TNF alpha, some of these ligands, TNF alpha, they can bind to different receptors. So we have, I would say, ligands that have a promiscuous behavior. They can bind to different receptors, and one of them that is doing this in a super fashion, that is this one, TRAIL. It will bind to 5 different receptors that all will have a different function in the cell. And today, I will not discuss about TNF alpha. I want to focus on 2 other members. I want to focus on the molecule TRAIL, and I want to focus on the molecule RANKL. And I will explain that TRAIL molecules is very important if you are interested in oncology. And the RANKL, I will show that this is very important if you want to treat fibrosis, and especially lung fibrosis is one of the upcoming diseases, and it might become very important because long COVID patients, they very often, they suffer from lung fibrosis. So RANKL might be becoming an important drug for that therapy. So let's have a look to this molecule TRAIL. As I told you, all the TNF ligands are trimers. So TRAIL, also full name TNF related apoptosis inducing ligand. TRAIL is a trimer that will induce apoptosis. So it will tell the cell to commit suicide, as we could say it. It's an all beta sheet, and it has a jelly roll type of structure. It's a trimer, and also the structure of the receptor is known. And that for us was a very important given, because now you can use 3D structure analysis to engineer the TRAIL molecule. And that's what we have embarked on quite some years ago. Already 15 years ago, we have started with this research. And the interesting part is trail is selective against cancer cells, so it is a promising anti-cancer therapeutic. However, this promiscuous behavior, as I discussed a minute ago, that's impairing its use. As you can see here, the trail wild type, it can bind to 5 different receptors. The 2 down here, DR4 and DR5, they will result in apoptosis because they have this dead domain. The 3 others, DCR1, named that's decoy receptor 1 and decoy receptor 2, they will deprive trail from the surrounding, but they lack a dead domain, as does OPG. That is a soluble receptor for trail. It lacks the dead domain, so it is titrating away trail, so it has an antagonistic activity. And that is not very pleasant if you want to make a therapeutic, because this promiscuous behavior, it limits the therapeutic window. The introduction of receptor specificity in trail is expected to lead to new therapies, because then you could steer on having just one receptor activated and not having an antagonistic effect of other receptors. For instance, they might become upregulated. So if you have a resistance might occur, and we have heard from Professor Jackson that resistance is very often occurring in cancer cell, but now the decoy receptor upregulation cannot give rise to resistance anymore. And the other factor is that we have seen that cancer cells have only one major dead receptor activated. Colon cancer has mainly DR5, and the leukemia has mainly DR4. So there is a need, there is a rationale to come up with receptor-specific trail variants. We've done this, and I'm now going to summarize this very shortly, and if people that are interested, I invite them to go and visit our papers how we did it. But in short, we have inspected the 3D structure of trail bound to its receptor, and we have done computational protein design. So we have done in silico protein engineering by probing every interaction between amino acids from the trail and from the receptor, by changing them and by calculating the effect on the delta G. And that is a computer program which is named Perla. I'm not going to discuss that in detail, but if you do this, it will bring you a list of potential mutations that you might be doing in the trail molecule that will have an effect on the delta G. And in this list, I have you can see that some of the mutations, for instance, if you focus on this one, this is aspartate 269 to histidine, the prediction is that it will be a worsened binding to DR4, so the DR4 will not be a target receptor anymore, and it will have an improved binding to DR5. So that's the calculation we did, and we made this mutant, and we have done the analysis, and we have expressed it, and we have purified the mutant. And this is how it looks like. This is the mutation, and you can see it is at the interface between the ligand and the receptor. And we have done physical experiments that indeed confirmed that this mutation, and we discovered that if we combine it with a second one, position 195, they have a much better binding to the DR5 receptor, and they have weakened the binding to the other receptors. And I'm just going to show the effect on colon cancer cells. If you look on this table, you can see that the one in red, that is the mutant, that has a much higher activity at a low concentration. So at 5 nanograms per ml, you already have 80% cell killing. So you can use less amount of the molecule compared to the wild type. If you do it another experiment, and this is a time experiment, trail will activate intercellularly caspases, and I will come back to that in a minute. So the caspases, they become activated, And you can see that the wild type trail shown here to the left, it will activate the caspases by cleaving them. It will be visible after 60 minutes. But the mutant that we have, already after 5 minutes has activated caspase. And that leads to a cell death induction that is much faster. So after 3.6 minutes already, half of the cells are dead, whereas the wild type takes 60 minutes to reach this. So this is a very potent apoptosis-inducing ligand. And now I can also come back to the discussion by Professor Jackson. We have tested this compound in a animal system, and we have used a combination. We've looked to ovarian cancer, and for ovarian cancer, the standard treatment of care is the cisplatin, as already introduced by Professor Jackson. This is a chemotherapeutic drug that binds to DNA, and it's used in the clinic a lot if you are fighting ovarian cancer. Ovarian cancer, we have taken human cells from ovarian cancer. We have provided them with a luciferase. We've introduced them in naked mice, and as you can see here, after 16 days of treatment, this tumor has grown significantly, and because of its luminescence, you can make a picture under the light camera, and you can follow the development of the tumor. So this is what is happening if you are using cisplatin, which is the standard treatment of care. If you are combining cisplatin with the wild type human trail, you can see that the tumor is already a little bit less. If you then combine this cisplatin with the DHER, that's the double mutant that we have constructed, you can see that the tumor already almost completely has disappeared. So the combination of this very potent trail molecule with cisplatin gives a very good treatment, very good effect. And the reason that this works fine, we know, we have shown that the cisplatin, it will activate p53, and p53 is known to activate the receptor of the the gene for the DR5 receptor. So by giving cisplatin, the DR5 receptor goes up. We have a molecule that is very active and very directed to the DR5 receptors. So that's why we have a combination treatment that is the most effective. Up to so far, the good news. We also have discovered that some cells, or even many different tumor cells, they still resist to trail-induced apoptosis. So the trail induction of apoptosis, yes, it will work for some tumors, but many have developed a resistance against it. And if you would look to the system, this is the trail molecule that would bind to the trimeric receptor. That domain, then it comes together, and this will form what we call a disc, and it will activate the caspase. And normally, if this is activated, this caspase, this is what we call an indicator caspase, and this is the executor caspase. So this one will then activate caspase 3, 6, and 7, and they will trigger, or they will execute the cell apoptosis. So they will degrade a lot of proteins in the cell. But this pathway is sometimes interrupted, so as shown over here, so it will not work. There are quite often there are some inhibitions, or there are some mutations that limit this. So many tumor cells will not really respond very well to the addition of trail only. And trail, if we add that to a cell, we name that is the extrinsic pathway of apoptosis. But there is another pathway, and that's this one. That's the intrinsic pathway. And now we have discovered that if you have an inhibition of this pathway, which with the dashed line over here, what does happen is that the caspase 8 can activate the leakage of cytochrome C from mitochondria. And the leakage of cytochrome C from mitochondria, that is activating the intrinsic pathway, which leads to the formation of a complex that's named the apoptosome, and that will then cleave caspase 9, and then the apoptosis can still take place. So there is a salvage pathway if you have a blockage over here. So that's what we discovered, what we knew. I should say there's also an inhibition of that pathway again. So you have these IAPs, but for the time being, I will ignore this for a moment. We knew that this pathway is there, and that brought us to the idea, okay, can we combine the extrinsic pathway, the addition of trail, with another molecule that might activate the intrinsic pathway? And yes, that can be done. And we found a very interesting molecule that's known to, I think, to many of you already for a long time, and that's artemisinin. Artemisinin, famous because of the Nobel Prize of UU2 in 2015. It was the result of a long development as an anti-malarial drug. I think there's a lot of research also in Indonesia. I had PhD students in Groningen doing research on artemisinin. And the artemisinin, what it does, it penetrates the red blood cells, and if it penetrates the vacuole of the parasite, and inside, because of the high amount of heme, there's also a high amount of iron. The artemisinin is activated, and it will start sending out activated molecules that have a activated oxygen species that will kill specifically the parasite. So it is modifying proteins, it is modifying also the DNA of the parasite, and the parasite will be killed. So it's a very active compound that is activated because of iron. This artemisinin, and work has been done on making modified, more potent pharmaceuticals. So the dihydroartemisinin has a very good biological distribution in the body. This is the molecule of choice, and if you use these and you have a high intercellular iron concentration, it will start becoming activated because of this peroxide bridge that will be cleaved. So this is cleaved by iron, and then you have ROS production, and you have protein alkylation, you have oxidative stress that will lead to DNA damage, apoptosis, and also the other features they can start. So, and this at the left, you can see this is done in a parasite, in a red blood cell, but it can also be done in a cancer cell. And if you do this in a cancer cell, and this is shown over here, if you do this in a cancer cell, you can upregulate the ROS production, and you can upregulate protein alkylation, and you get a p53 activation. And this is exactly what we did. So we have used this artemisinin derivative in combination with the trail molecule to get a better cell killing activity. And this is one of the examples I will show to you. This is a colon cancer cell, which is named HTC116. And this is resistant, quite resistant to trail. And if you now focus on this panel over here in the middle, the black bar, this is the killing, the cell killing that we get with trail alone. So 80% of the cells still survive that treatment. And if you look here, the open bar with the dihydroartemisinin, only 20% survive. So the cell killing activity of that combination is much better than of the trail molecule alone. So the combination therapy of exciting the extrinsic pathway and exciting the intrinsic pathway, that gives the best effect. We have taken this a little bit further by looking to breast cancer, and breast cancer is one of the major cancers, as we have heard earlier today. It's a big, these are big numbers, and typically one that is very difficult to treat is a so-called triple negative breast cancer. And triple negative means it is not depending on estrogen receptor, progesterone receptor, or the HER receptor. So none of these are overexpressed. So this tumor does fail all the therapies that are aimed at these receptors. So it's very difficult to treat. And we have used our knowledge from artemisinin and TRAIL to start working with the triple negative breast cancer molecule. And what we have added to this is that the dihydroartemisinin, it needs iron, it requires iron. And the iron concentration in the number of cancer cells is high, but not on all cancer cells. And what we have now added, we have combined this DHA with transferrin. And transferrin is a transporter for iron. It will bring iron into the cell. And by making an adduct between transferrin and artemisinin, we have introduced that and we have transported that into the cell. So it is now transported into the cell. And now ROS is being produced, the intrinsic pathway is being activated, and we get a very nice combination with TRAIL. And just to, if we focus here in the middle, so this is untreated cells, so the apoptosis rate is very low. This is with dihydroartemisinin alone, so it's still, let's say, below at 5%. And if you then have the combination of the DHA, transferrin, and our mutant TRAIL, it goes up to about 25% of cell killing in a resistant cell. So the improvement is gigantic. So that is what we have seen with this cell line, and also with another triple negative breast cancer cell line, we have seen the same effect. So yes, by combining the introduction of artemisinin with iron together on the left part, we are producing ROS. The ROS will go to the genome, it will activate P53. P53 will overexpress the DR5. We get more DR5 expressed, and then the DHER, so our mutant TRAIL, can target the DR5 expressed, and we have a double sword, in fact, activating both the intrinsic and the extrinsic pathway of the tumor cell. So that's in a very fast overview, the work that we have been doing on TRAIL. I'm looking to the chair. Do I still have some time?
Yes, we have 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, then I will quickly jump also to another ligand, that's rank ligand. This is a very interesting one. Rank is known because it plays a very important role in bone remodeling. So there's an equilibrium between osteoclast and osteoblast to renew our bones. So rank has been mainly studied in this context, but rank has more activities. And the one that I would like to focus on today is that rank also has an activity. It can help cells to degrade the extracellular matrix. And by degrading the extracellular matrix, you prevent fibrosis. And this is the rank ligand in the upper part, and this is the rank receptor in the lower part, the structures. And this is the 3D structure. Rank binds to the receptor, and then it activates a pathway intercellularly. What rank is doing, it will, let me first introduce this, but this is the fibrosis, what is happening. If you have pulmonary fibrosis, you have a large amount of extracellular mating being formed. You have large areas of scarring that happen within your lung, and your oxygen uptake will be very much impaired. So you get a real thickening of the tissue, and at the end, you will suffocate. So this is very, if you have fibrosis, that is a very nasty disease. And it's known that fibroblasts, that they accumulate and macrophages in these lung scar tissues, and they are producing a lot of extracellular matrix, including fibrocollagens. A similar thing is happening in liver fibrosis. Also, liver fibrosis suffers from extracellular matrix deposition, and you get liver fibrosis. So the diseases are very severe. So what we have studied and what we have our hypothesis was that in fibrosis, the rank ligand, if it goes to and binds to a rank in a macrophage, it will degrade the extracellular matrix. So this pathway, if you have that intact, you are safe. But in many tissues, we have this decoy receptor, OPG, that's the second receptor where rank ligand will bind to. If that titrates away rank ligand, you will not activate rank, you will not degrade the extracellular matrix, and you will develop fibrosis. So we saw that the wild-type rank molecule suffers from binding to OPG. And that was, for us, the start of another project on computational design. We have designed rank mutants that no longer bind to OPG, but still do bind to rank. And we've done a lot of mutations, and then you have to transform them, you have to grow them. I will shortcut this. And at the end of this exercise, we discovered, and it's similar to what I showed before. So this is a mutant that is very interesting. It has even a better binding to the rank receptor, but it has a much lower binding, as shown here in red, to the OPG receptor. So now we have a mutant that will, yes, it will activate rank, but it will not be suffering from the antagonism of OPG. And this is the mutation, and you can see that this mutation, it will impair two hydrogen bonds with OPG, so it will disrupt the binding to OPG. And if you look to the functionality, and this is a biological assay of rank, we have osteoclast, we have activated the osteoclast in the absence in red and in the presence here in blue of OPG. And you can see that here, this one, the best mutant that we have, in the presence of OPG, the activation of osteoclast is not impaired. So whereas all the others and wild type is impaired. So we have a OPG insensitive rank ligand. And now we have transferred that even further. We have expressed that in an adenovirus vector, and we have transformed cells. And if you do this, you can make this mutant rank, the Q236D. And what you can see over here is that in a system that is mimicking the fibrosis in lungs and in livers, we have, if we add that adenovirally expressed rank ligand, in the presence of OPG, we have a very nice still expression of MMP9. That's one of the degraders of extracellular matrix. So MMP9 expression is unimpaired in the presence of a high amount of OPG. And we think that this can be the start of a new therapy that you can fight the formation of fibrotic tissue by overexpressing and keeping up the level of MMP that will degrade extracellular matrix. So this is a small summary. This is the new mutant we have. It is no longer impaired by OPG. MMP9 will be up, and this will degrade this extracellular matrix. And also the trap is one of the other indicators that the rank ligand is working fine on these cells in the presence of a very high amount of OPG. So that brings me to the conclusions. I think we've shown that there's a DET receptor 5 specific variant that shows an enhanced tumor killing capability. So it does help to make a promiscuous ligand to turn that into a specific ligand. We have shown that if you combine that with dihydroartemisinin, it can effectively overcome the resistance to apoptosis via upregulating the DET receptor 5. With the additional administration of ferritin, also triple-negative breast cancer cells become sensitive to apoptosis. And finally, engineering receptor specificity into rank ligand has provided an OPG insensitive tool to fight extracellular matrix accumulation during fibrosis. And finally, this work could not have been done without the help of many co-workers, as shown here. And you can see we also do have sunny days in the Netherlands. This is our team, and the people that you can see here in the circles, they have contributed a lot to this work that I discussed today. And I'm happy to discuss later on to answer questions. And if you are interested, if you are a young student who wants to do something in another part of the world, don't hesitate. We are very often actively interacting with Indonesian universities to help the people to find the PhD position in Groningen. And with that, thank you very much. And I'll give back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwok. It's very inspirational and a very great presentation. And so before we go to the Q&A session, the committee would like to cordially hand over the certificate of appreciation to Professor Kwok. We wait for the committee to prepare. So while waiting, ladies and gentlemen, please, okay. Thank you very much, Professor Kwok, for the very inspirational talk this afternoon.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we come to the Q&A session of this afternoon session in the ICPAPS 2021. And we have already some questions, and would you, Professor Daryono Hadi and Professor Jackson Wu, would you please to open the video so we can directly answer question afterward. So we have already one question, first from Eri Prasetyo Nugroho. This is for Professor Daryono. So thank you, Professor Daryono, for the presentation. It's a very interesting research. I have two questions. The first one is using computational to in drug discovery is really interesting, but there is a gap or difference of experiment result between wet lab or in vivo and also dry lab in silico. What is your opinion about that? And the second one is some computational methods based on machine learning modeling depends on the number of data. As big data of experimental result is growing, will we in the future tackle the gap or difference of the experiment result between the wet lab and the dry lab? Thank you for the answer. Maybe you can directly answer that question, Professor Daryono. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Eri Prasetyo Nugroho, for your kind questions, tips. Yeah, there's a gap between the computational results and as well as in vitro or in vivo, because computational method is just simplify the parameter. Yeah, while in the in vitro or mostly in vitro, in vivo, it is a more complex environment that should be covered, because in the computational techniques, I think not only our group but also research group who has very excellent facility, they also have some challenge, to accommodate many environmental that should be considered when we try in vitro or in vivo. So I agree that there is the gap, but we can make or we can try, really the linear correlation between the in silico result or computation with in vitro or in vivo. So there are some medicine drugs that has been supported by the computational work. So that's why I saw the first slides how the research fund that can be decreased by applying the excellent computation. So that's why I think the global pharmaceutical company, Novartis and so on, they revitalized the computational facility. I think since 10 years ago. They make a very good computational facility to overcome, especially because in drug discovery, it is very large fields, especially not only in the discovery parts, but also mainly in the clinical, preclinical, and clinical trials. And the second one, the AI, I think it is better. We can use it to support more computational works, and we also applied in some works today. So we should collaborate with experts in AI because, for example, for me, the main expertise of mine is medicinal chemistry, synthesis, and also in vitro, but not in AI. So we should collaborate strongly with expertise in this way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dayono, for the answer. And we go to the second question from Bu Marlin. So Bu Marlin Diana Sitorini has asked to Professor Win Quarks. So thank you for sharing us regarding the cutting edge research on trail and ranked. It is very exciting that your group have the drug that act through trail, which is very potent, and they act in the nanogram per milliliter and also kill the cancer cell within a minute. Do you have any comment regarding the ability of protein drugs to diffuse in the tumor microenvironment? Please, Professor Quarks, you can directly answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, the diffusion of proteins has been a question for a long time, but if you follow the developments with monoclonal antibodies, many monoclonal antibodies nowadays have reached the market, and they are even bigger proteins than trail, and they are very effective in treating quite a few tumor cells. So the diffusion of a protein into a tumor is not a priori a problem. So we know that many of these antibodies, they can penetrate. And I'm also confident that trail, that it can penetrate the tumor. I should add to this that there is a small problem with using proteins like trail, because the half-life of that protein, it's relatively small, it's much lower than, for instance, for an antibody. If you have an antibody, the half-life can be days. If you have trail, the half-life will be hours. So that's the reason that trail has not been very, very successful in the clinic, although phase 3 clinical trials are underway. But the half-life is a problem, and people have done something about this. So they have made fusion proteins to increase the cell mass of trail. I think the final solution will be, and I hinted to that already a little bit, by showing that ranked ligand is expressed from an adenovirus, that we are going to use viral vectors, or we're going to use vectors to express the trail in situ. And this is research that is ongoing at the moment. That my colleague, he has designed viral vectors that express the DR5 specific variant to bring them into the body. So you will have the production of the trail molecule in the body and hopefully in the tumor or very close to the tumor. There are also developments with nanoparticles that are being specifically targeted to tumors to produce trail at that location. So I think that will be the path forward, and that might overcome the, I would say, the doubts that you have that proteins might not penetrate the tumor.
Thank you very much, Professor Quartz. We have a question from Febrianti Sihaan, which maybe you can directly open mic and ask question.
Okay, thank you, Prof. First of all, thank you so much to all the speakers for the amazing presentations. So my question is for Professor Wu. Can I?
Sure.
Yes, please. Yeah.
All right. How does the effectivity of scleral compare to other anti-inflammatory agent, for example, COX-2 inhibition? Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for your question. And regarding the anti-inflammatory effect of scleral compared to other anti-inflammation reagent, actually they have very similar anti-inflammation activities. But because of the reason we use this scleral for the cancer therapy adjuvant is not because of its anti-inflammation activity. It's because it can counteract the expression of ERCC1, because ERCC1 is the key molecule leading to drug resistance of cisplatin. So probably you will be questioning about that. Can we use some other anti-inflammation agents to do the same thing? Actually, we haven't done that yet, but because we are not using the anti-inflammation activity of scleral to deal with this ERCC1 expression. Although that scleral has been published regarding its very potent anti-inflammation activity. But as I just mentioned about that, the reason we choose scleral to do the chemotherapy adjuvant is because it can counteract the ERCC1.
All right, thank you so much. Super clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wu, for the answer. And we have a last question from Bu Riris. Okay, Bu Riris asked Professor Wim Quartz, the ability of lung cancer cells to modulate the ECM lead to fibrosis. How about the metastasis of other primary cancer cells, for example, breast cancers, that usually has capability to degrade ECM? When this cell resides in lung or secondary tumor, will it modulate the ECM and causing progressive fibrosis?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Maybe I should clarify the fibrosis that we are looking at. It's not caused by cancer. So it's the fibrosis caused by COPD or, for instance, by asbestos. People who have suffered from asbestos, they develop fibrosis. And these are not cancer cells. What you are pointing to, if you have, for instance, a secondary growth of cancer cells are known to degrade extracellular matrix and not to produce it. So I think a cancer cell, if it ends up in the lung, it will not give rise to fibrosis. At least I don't see a reason for it. The fibrosis that we are looking for is the one caused by COPD or by smoking or by asbestos. Those cells, they will not degrade extracellular matrix. They will make a lot, and then rank ligand mutant might be very effective. So it's not a lung cancer cells that we are aiming for, but it's the fibrotic cells.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Quartz. So I think we come to the end of this session. I'm sure that actually there are a lot of questions from all the participants, because all the talk this afternoon is very interesting and very inspiring. And we, from the committee, would like to thank very much for all the our distinguished guest for this afternoon session. And hopefully that we can continue our collaboration maybe in the near future for research, education, etc. So for the committee asked me to ask for a photo session. It's a regular activity for every. Okay, so I think everyone is already open the video. So okay, the committee, please to have a picture of us all together. Okay, thank you very much. It's ready. Okay, so again, thank you very much for Professor Wim Kwok, Professor Dayono, and Professor Jackson Wu, a very outstanding presentation this afternoon. And thank you very much for all participants. I have to apologize for any inconvenience situation, which might be due to my activity this afternoon. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a nice activity afterward. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Please come to Bandung again.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Kwok and Dr. Triana and Dr. Dayono.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Good to talk to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Nice to see
Hope
you.
to see you again. Okay.
See you again.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I will give back the time to the master of ceremony. Mas Herman, please. Back to you.
Thank you very much to Professor Triana for being the moderator for our plenary sessions. And I would like to thank you also for all of our speakers for their insightful presentations. Have a great day to all of our speakers and moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give you some good news that actually we have some honorary guests joining us in the Zoom today. We have Professor Henk Timmerman. Hello, Professor Timmerman, are you with us? And we have Professor Wiji Suratri and also Professor Nico Vermeulen as the judges for the Faculty of Pharmacy Gadjah Mada Timmerman Award judges. Thank you very much for joining us, Professor Timmerman, Professor Suratri, and also Professor Vermeulen. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end for our plenary sessions. And now it's time for us to relax a little bit. Okay, as you see, I'm wearing a traditional costume from Java. And also the background is actually showing the gunungan of the puppet in Japanese leather puppet, yeah, or wayang kulit. And now let us enjoy a performance. Just a small break after a very long day of presentations. We will show you a video of a traditional songs. It's a medley actually of songs from some areas in Indonesia, from Universitas Gadjah Mada Student Choir. The UGM Student Choir is one of the student activity unit that has many national and international achievements. And they're going to perform some songs from, the first one is from Batakaro. It's called Mbiring Mangustin. And then Mande Mande from Maluku. And Cik Cik Priuk from West Kalimantan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the student choir of UGM with traditional songs medley of Indonesia.
miring mangisku, dan sempurna ukurku Bandung, bagi lambeli kurang kutusuku. Dalam aku mia-mia, nurikan kata surang-surangku, miring mangisku. Miring mangisku, turang, miring mangisku. Sekap kebunan, miring-miring tambah cilena, miring menggoda, cirum tambah ngenanau, miring mangisku. Miring-miring tambah cilena, miring menggoda, cirum tambah ngenanau, miring mangisku. Walau rasa bagaimana, beta pulang kawin dengan oh Malayu, Malayu, Cicit periuknya langsung dari Jawa, datang nih ke Cibogo, bikin 2 ekor. Hey, cicit periuknya langsung dari Jawa, datang nih ke Cibogo, bikin 2 ekor. Cak-cak udah bilang bisa hidung gigi rana, sampai galau dipacu aja tunggal. Cip 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 cip. Udah bilang bisa hidung giliran, sampai kita galau dipacu aja tunggal. Oh cicit periuknya langsung dari Jawa, datang ke Cibogo, bikin 2 ekor. Cicit periuknya langsung dari Jawa, datang ke Cibogo, bikin 2 ekor. Cicit periuk.
Very much. The student choir of Universitas Gadjah Mada. Let us give big virtual applause for the performance. Okay, you can put your emoticon emoji or real hand clapping like this. Now we come to the moment that you have been probably waiting for, which is the announcements of winners for oral presentations, 3 MP sessions, and Timmerman Award. I would like to invite our judge to announce the winners. The first one, I would like to invite Dr. Eka Noviana to announce the winners for oral presentations. Dr. Eka, the virtual space is yours now.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Am I audible?
My pleasure.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eka Noviana, and I'm from the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Gajah Mada. The winner of next 5 years that we have seen over the last 2 days. And the first category is the next. Oh. Okay, so for the first category, the pharmacology, pharmaceutical chemistry, and biotechnology, or PPCP, the best presenters are, as seen in the screen, Dr. Marlin Laksitorini, Professor Enade Perdana Istiastono, and Professor Ahmad Haris Nugroho. Congratulations for placing first, second, and third. For the second category, the cancer chemo prevention, or CCP, we have 2 first winner because it's a tie. So congratulations to Miss Salma Nur Aziza Azahra and Miss Dania Novita Sari as the first winners. And Miss Febri Wulandari and Miss Kor Pohyen, hopefully I pronounce it right, as the second and the third winner. Let's all congratulate the winners from CCP Symposia. The third category is the pharmaceutical education, social and administrative pharmacy, and clinical pharmacy, or PSC. And the best presenters are Dr. Elida Zairina, Mr. Iputu Yuda Pratama, and Miss Bekti Pratiwi and Miss Putri Dina Mahera Laili, who placed first, second, and third. So we also have a tie for our third winners. So please all congratulate our presenters from PSC. All right, the next is for the pharmaceutics and drug delivery system, or PDDS. So we have Miss Miftahu Saadah, Miss Angi Bestari, and Miss Fania Santika Putri as our first, second, and third winners. Congratulations. All right, finally, last but not least, this is actually the biggest group. So we have 43 presenters total, except those who cannot attend. So for the herbal medicine and natural products, we have Miss Jennifer Rebecca, Miss Christina Mutiara Putrigono, and Miss Darmastuti Fatma Rahmi as our first, second, and third winner. Congratulations to all winners. And we also want to thank you all the presenters who have shared their really exciting research over the last 2 days. That's all of the presentation are wonderful, and we all enjoy listening to this great presentation. So thank you all. And I guess that's all from me, Mr. Herman, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eka Noviana, for announcing the winners for the oral presentations. You did a great job as the judges. You've seen so many presentations, maybe hundreds. Okay, and I hear real hand clapping there, which is good. Not only virtual hand clapping. Okay, now I would like to invite Dr. Sony Siswanto to announce the winner for the 3 MP sessions. Dr. Sony, the Zoom is under your control now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Herman. Am I audible? Hello, Mr.
Clear.
Herman. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you
loud
very
and clear.
much. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Sony Siswanto. I'm from Department of Pharmacology and Clinical Pharmacy, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Gajah Mada. Okay, thank you for all the 3 MP competition participants. It's an honor for me to announce the best presenter for 3 MP competition. And here are the winner. The third place goes to Miss Farisa Lutfiana. The second place goes to Miss Febrianti Syahaan. And the 7 ICPAPS 2021 3 MP competition winner goes to Miss Nabila Risti Rahmadi. Thank you very much. Okay, congratulations for the winners, and thank you for the all participants. Go back to you, Mr. Herman.
Dr. Sony for announcing the winner for the 3 MP stations. Now we have a very special guest for the Timmerman Award. We have Professor Nico Vermeulen. Professor Nico, we would like to give you time to deliver a short speech before you announce the winner and also the prize. Prof. Nico, the screen and the time is yours now.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, I can say Selamat Siang. Tuan dan Nyonya. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat sore.
Selamat sore. Okay. Selamat sore. After
nice
3 o'clock.
To see you again, Prof. Nico.
Okay.
Subagus.
It's really nice, let's say, to see so many Indonesian friends again during the last 3 days. And a face-to-face meeting, of course, would have been much nicer. But under the current Corona situation, an online meeting is second best, I would say. And so my name is Nico Vermeulen from VU University in Amsterdam, and also from the Institute AIMS, which has a number of formalized collaborations with several universities and faculties in Indonesia. I was very honored a few days ago to be asked by the committee to help announcing this year's Timmerman Award. And before starting with the announcement, I have 2 remarks. First of all, it is good to see that Professor Timmerman himself is also present in this meeting. Welcome, Henk, good to see you. And secondly, I also like to thank Professor Agung, Dr. Yeni, and their staff for organizing the ICPAPS meeting and connected to that, this Timmerman Award session. It was really impressive under the current circumstances to organize such a nice meeting and this award session. And without further ado, I like to start now with the announcement, and maybe the operator could share with us the first slide. Okay, that is indeed the first slide, and I will ask the operator to make the next slide if necessary. No, yeah, okay. The Timmerman Award, let's say in this year called the FP UGM Timmerman Award, is dedicated to honor Professor Henk Timmerman from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam for his eminent contribution to pharmacochemistry in general, and more specifically to the medicinal chemistry, notably also in Indonesia. And this year's award is especially designed to recognize young scientists in the field of chemistry analysis, biotechnology, phytochemistry, medicinal chemistry, pharmacology, and pharmaceutical technology. And it is for the young scientists who have contributed significantly to the development of the broad pharmaceutical sciences area in Indonesia. And on the next slide, please. We have the selection process as it has been published. And for that are qualifications for the nominees. And they are scientists holding a PhD or a doctorate and who have been working and living in Indonesia permanently for at least a period of 5 years prior to the nomination. And they have an age of maximum 45 years at January 1st in 2021. Each nominee, as to the process, must submit one of his or her most significant published papers, of which the research was done in Indonesia, and it was funded by the Indonesian government. The nominee can either be the first author or the corresponding author in the paper submitted. And the paper submitted should not be a part of his or her PhD dissertation. The selection process is administered by the Faculty of Pharmacy of UGM, and the assessment is considered based on the nominee's achievements in the fields with particular attention to the nominee's research, achievement, and environment. And the winner of the FP UGM Timmerman Award will receive $1,000 as a kind of appreciation, as a token of appreciation. On the next slide, we can see the judges for this year. And these are Professor Subagus Wiono from UGM Pharmacy, Professor Vijay Suratri from Universitas Erlangga, Faculty of Pharmacy, and Professor Ari Januar from the Faculty of Pharmacy at Universitas Indonesia. And in fact, these judges also prepared this presentation. So I'm in fact reading to you what they offered to me. And on the next slide, we can see the nominees. And they are Dr. Adam Hermawan from the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry at the Faculty of Pharmacy of UGM. Secondly, Professor Enade Perdana Istiastono from the Faculty of Pharmacy of Sanata Dharma University. Thirdly, we have Sri Fatmawati, and she is from the Department of Chemistry of Faculty of Science and Analytical Data at the Institute of Technology in Surabaya. Fourthly, we have Dr. Ronnie Martin from the Department of Pharmaceutics at Faculty of Pharmacy, UGM. And finally, Dr. Elin Julianti, and she is from the School of Pharmacy at the Institute of Technology in Bandung. So these 5 nominees were on the short list for the final Timmerman Award. Next slide, please. If I now can announce the FP UGM Timmerman Award 2020, it is with great pleasure really to show you the next slide. So, indeed, you can clap hands and I give a brief introduction. Let me first introduce the winner of the UGM Timmerman Award 2021. It is Sri Fatmawati, and she is a natural product chemist at the Institute of Technology, Sepuluh November, at the ETS in Surabaya, Indonesia. And she is from the Laboratory of Natural Products and Synthetic Chemistry at the Department of Chemistry. And I'm really happy to see indeed that someone with a background as this, a bachelor, in fact, at ETS in 2002, a Master of Science in 2005 at the Graduate School of Bioresources and Bioenvironmental Sciences at Kyushu University in Fukuoka in Japan, a postdoc at Kyushu University in Japan, and subsequently a second postdoc at Limar at an institute in Brest in France. She received already several awards, including the International Rising Talents Award, L'Oréal, UNESCO, for Women's in Science in 2013. In 2015, an Early Career Award for Chemistry. In 2016, the Elsevier Foundation Award for Early Career Women Scientists. And in 2018, the Special Award for LNEST, for an LNEST grant. And currently, Shri Fatmawati is Assistant Professor of Chemistry at ETS. She holds a chair of OWSD, Indonesia National Chapter. She is president of the Indonesian Young Academy of Sciences. She is a deputy head of Research Center of Agri-Food and Biotechnology at ETS. And she is the head of the Education and Community Services for ETS COVID-19 Task Force in the last 2 years. So it is really, really a pleasure that the committee has found such an excellent candidate for the FP UGM Timmerman Award. And her name is Shri Fatmawati. So that is basically what I wanted to say to you. Thanks a lot, and please give her the credits by clapping your hands.
Okay, let's clap our hands together. Thank you very much, Professor Nico. Prof. Subagus and Prof. Wiji said hi to you and Professor Timmerman. Congratulations to the winner for the FP UGM Timmerman Award this year, to Dr. Sri Fatmawati. Hope that you can contribute more to the advancement of these fields. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the very end of our program. It is the moment to end our conference today. Before that, I would like to invite the Vice Dean for Research, Community Services, Collaboration and Alumni, Dr. Renat R.R. Endang Lukitaningsi, MSc Apotheker, to deliver her closing speech. Please join me to welcome Dr. Endang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Dear distinguished speakers, guests, committee members, and participants, now we are on the last agenda, the closing ceremony of ICPAPS and collaboration with the annual conference of the Indonesian Society for Cancer Chemo Prevention. There are many participants, no less than 250 participants from parallel presentation, 3-minute presentation, the FP UGM Timmerman Award, moderators, and speakers, to whom I cannot mention one by one. They are already contributed to making the ICPAPS ISCC 2021 successful. In addition, we gain a lot from great speakers and inspiring presenters through their presentation, their interaction, and also discussion. For that, we are very thankful. And ladies and gentlemen, this conference would not have been possible without the support of the sponsors and our partners. On behalf of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Gajah Mada University, we extend our gratitude to Bank Mandiri, PT Kairos Sejahtera, PT Sinde Budi Sentosa, Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Konimax, and also PT PP. The continuous support and contribution for the Faculty of Pharmacy UGM and also to our programs and our activity are very appreciated. And ladies and gentlemen, here I would also like to congratulate to all of the winners from the oral presentation, the 3-minute presentation competition, and of course, to the winners of the FP UGM Timmerman Award 2021. I hope the accomplishment will encourage us to work more and more to making the good impact and society with science. And finally, on behalf of the Faculty of Pharmacy Gajah Mada University, I close this conference, the International Conference on Pharmacy and Advanced Pharmaceutical Science, in collaboration with the 12th Annual Conference of the Indonesian Society for Cancer Chemoprevention, by saying together, Hamdalah. Alhamdulillah, Hirobil Alamin. Thank you very much, and I wish to see you all in the next ICPAPS on 2023. Stay well and safe. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, sampai jumpa.
Hello, Professor.
Thank you.
Professor
Halo, Prof. Timmerman, Prof. Nico.
Selamat sore.
Long time not see you.
Okay. Good to see you again here.
And good to see you all.
Oh yeah.
I hope that we can travel soon to Indonesia to meet you in person again.
Okay.
That's what we hope, Professor. So we would like to, this is the request from Prof. Subagus, that we would like to take photo together. So Prof. Nico, Prof. Timmerman, Prof. Wiji, Prof. Subagus, are you ready to take photo together?
Yes, with a big smile.
Yes. Prof. Subagus, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, just I'm glad to see Professor Nico and Professor Timmerman. They are very well here and they can join the meeting. Yeah.
Indeed.
I'm happy.
The distance makes heart grows fonder, right?
Yeah.
Especially after the COVID-19. Okay, ready for the photo sessions? Everyone, please give your best smile and best pose. Okay, it's time for you to open up your camera. Give your best smile. You can also do a virtual hug, sending virtual hug for people that you miss.
Timmerman.
Professor Timmerman, would you like to say something?
Yes. Yes, thank you very much,
Prof.
everybody.
Yes. It's an honor.
Do you hear me?
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Loud and clear. Yeah,
okay, I have been listening all the time, and I'm very pleased to see what has been established in Indonesia, especially at the Faculty of Pharmacy in Yogyakarta. When I started my contacts with Indonesia, it was in the early 80s. And now we are in 2021. It's very, in a way, it's very sad to see all new faces. Do not misunderstand me. I have such good memories of all the old colleagues in Indonesia, and so many of them have passed away. I often think of them. But that's of course a matter of our life. We once we are young, and then we have middle age, and then we are old, and then we pass away. That is what's happening. But I see some of the faces of the I now look at Professor Subagus. It's very good to see you.
Nice to see you.
When I arrived, I think you were maybe a student.
Yeah.
could well be. Yeah. And I was a young fellow.
I was still young. Nice. Yeah. Everything is white.
That's what you see. It's grey. Absolutely grey. But all those very, very nice people, the old colleagues, I would like you to think of them, what they have established. Now you are in a position in Indonesia, Facultas Pharmacy, Gadjah Mada, where you can compete with internationally with other scientists. And you should be grateful to your predecessors.
Yeah.
And I'm very thankful that I could have been a little bit helpful to do so. So I'm happy.
Yeah.
I see you are doing very well at the facultas at UGM, but also in the other universities. I was very pleased that the candidates came from very, very different places, from very different disciplines in pharmaceutical sciences, because the prize was indeed established to stimulate the progress in pharmaceutical sciences in general, not only medicinal chemistry, not only pharmacology, the whole broad field of those sciences which contribute to the finding of new and better medicines to increase the health of mankind in general. So I'm pleased to see that things are in progress. And I thank the organizers, the staff of the societies to continue with these meetings with this prize. Okay, that's what I would like to say to you. All the best. I am regretting that it's not able so easy to come to Indonesia for me, not only for reasons of COVID, but also my age. The years are counting, and it's not as easy as it was before to sit 8 hours or 10 hours in a plane. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, yeah.
Very, very,
very nice.
I
hope you always get
greetings from me. All the best.
All the best. Yeah. Thank you very much for your support.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima
Prof.
kasih.
Timmerman, sehat selalu, Prof. We
Prof.
hope to
Nico.
see you again. We dedicate this FP UGM Timmerman Award for you. Thank you again, sir. Terima kasih banyak. And sehat selalu, Pak Niko, Pak Subagus, and also Pak Timmerman.
Yeah.
Okay, the photo session is done already, right? Okay. Maybe Prof. Timmerman, Prof. Diko, we need your smile. Prof. Subagus. Maybe Prof. Wiji can join too. Okay, 1, 1, 2, 3. You can say buncis. Okay, 1, 2, 3. You can say gudeg.
Gudeg.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow, that was very touching and very meaningful for us. Thank you again, Prof. Timmerman, Prof. Nico Vermeulen, and also Prof. Subagus. Ladies and gentlemen, the closing speech from Dr. Endang and also the very nice and warm talk with Prof. Timmerman and Prof. Subagus and also Prof. Nico, and the end of our program. That was the end of the 7 ICPAPS 2021 and the 12 ISCCC 2021. And we would like to see you again. We're not going to say goodbye. We're going to say see you, inshallah, in 2023. And announcement for you that the certificate will be available on your ICPAPS account. And the abstract, the updated abstract with the ISBN is also available in your ICPAPS account. Thank you very much, everyone. Matur nuwun and sampai jumpa. Bye-bye.
Always a good health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Tot ziens, Henk.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matur nuwun.
Bye. Bye, Hank.
Yeah.
Bye, Nade.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Nico. Bye, Hank. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Everyone
Hopefully.
reluctant to say goodbye. We want to see
Goodbye.
each other.
We want to
See you.
stay.
Never
See you
end.
soon. See you soon.
Prof, bagus matur nuwun deh, Prof.
Apa? Oh, nggih, Mbak.
This will never end if the admin didn't close the meeting, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
you want
never ends.
you want to leave? That's fine.
Please, you can leave earlier. I will reach the last one.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, infrastructure, EPC. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services, providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will be better and more sustainable.
Tiket konser.
Selamat ya, Nak.
Wow, jamnya kakek.
Tidak ada jam karet lagi ya. Mau kemana?
Mau konser, Pak.
Bawa larutan penyegar cap badak.
Makasih, Pak.
Ingat kembali kisahnya yang ada badaknya. Larutan penyegar cap badak.
It's great to be able to start the day by exercising here. Breathe fresh air, see people passing by, and meet friends.
Oke, dadah.
Before, this place was just a stretch of river. Now, it can help the surrounding community to be more prosperous.
Selamat pagi, Bu.
Now, everything is easy. Work becomes more effective and efficient with the various existing facilities.
The process of delivering goods becomes easier and the business becomes smoother.
Hai.
Hai.
Aku udah sampai pelabuhan nih.
Oke, nanti ketemu di Jogja ya.
Oke, bye.
We can go anywhere and anytime without barriers.
The development that was carried out by PTPP plays an important role in supporting the activities on all levels of society. We are determined to innovate and make a sustainable contribution through our business lines, namely investment and construction. We invest in infrastructure, energy, and in property to contribute to the nation's development. Our construction business lines include buildings, starting from residential and office buildings, government buildings, and public facilities such as airports. Hereby, our projects have been recognized with national and international awards and accolades. Infrastructure. We help improve connectivity through toll road construction projects. We facilitate business activities through port development projects, and we help the community through a dam project. EPC. One of our commitments to supporting the government is reflected by our renewable energy projects. In the process of distributing more than 3,000 megawatts of electricity throughout the country. We are committed to providing a range of high-quality specialist services. Providing solutions for precast concrete production needs. We provide all the equipment to support construction activities. We always provide our best products and services. With more than 6 decades of dedication to the nation, we use a new way of looking at how we plan, manage, finance, and build the infrastructure of our future. We are strongly committed to providing the best quality of work for the nation by adhering to the corporate values, akhlak. Trust. Hold fast to the trust given. Competence. Continue to learn and develop capabilities. Harmony, caring for each other and respecting differences. Loyalty, dedicated and prioritizing the interests of the nation and country. Adaptive, continue to innovate and be enthusiastic in driving or facing change. Collaborative, building synergetic cooperation. Remaining at the forefront of innovation is our main focus in the efforts to prolong growth. Your trust is the energy in running a sustainable business. With the spirit of collaboration, we come to give the best for the future of the nation.
Saya mengapresiasi apa yang dilakukan PT, membangun dia dengan apik, cantik, cepat, dan excellent. Ini menjadi etos kerja baru bagi PT dan membangun bangunan pekerjaan konstruksi AIS. Selamat PT.
PP saya kira masih above the average, yang lain. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi pemicu bagi yang lain bisa lebih baik ke depannya. Saya kira ini yang harus dipertahankan oleh PP karena ke depan pekerjaan itu pasti mengejar kualitas. Selalu PP menjadi trademark kualitas BUMN karya kita.
Saya juga terima kasih kepada PP dan Angkasa Pura I yang tadi kita lihat secara detail pengerjaannya juga menurut saya ini terbaik.
PT PP, terima kasih.
Ini betul-betul bermanfaat bagi masyarakat kami.
We care about implementing programs for the benefit of the environment and the surrounding communities. What we do today will have an impact on tomorrow. It is how we can ensure that tomorrow will